All right. This is going to be a rough one for me. We're on day 3 of this headache. I have to assume that somehow I've been involved in some kind of alchemical ritual where my energy is being used to fuel the hype at the DNC. Now, I understand that this is being done for a greater good. I don't really appreciate not being asked about it beforehand, but I guess that's life. I'm wearing a jacket because I'm going to have the AC run all stream. I want to stay nice and toasty. I was kind of hoping you wouldn't have a headache today. That's crazy, Dream Canoe. Me too. Me too. These give me a headache too. I feel like the mics are max gain. For me, the biggest thing that distracts from a headache is just that, a distraction, you know? And for me, that's yapping. So if you're just watching for a while, at least the jacket's on point. Not just the jacket. Got a new t-shirt. It's a little bit on the tighter side, but you know, you got to experiment. This is the Ironheart tee, right? Dipple Dot, you do care. Thank you, Miss Genderlin. Working out, eh? Nope. You have any idea who this mystery guest slash speaker? Everyone is talking about it. Personal guess, okay? Personal guess. Jeffrey Epstein. They brought him into protective custody years ago, and he's finally here to spill the dirt on Trump. How about it? What do you think? Bush Jr., Powell? If it ends up being some fucking Republican, that's going to be very disappointing. I really hope not. Some people are expecting... Isn't it Oprah? Someone in chat said so yesterday. No, Oprah was on yesterday, Vermin. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people suggesting it's Taylor Swift, which would, of course, be, you know, huge. I don't give a shit about her, but a lot of people do. So... Beyonce then? Is Beyonce still in her element? I'm not trying to insinuate anything. I genuinely don't know. Is she still active? I don't know. Yeah, okay. She's making the best music of her career. Yeah, I don't know who's active or who's not active. I mean, like, I only learned that Katy Perry wasn't with it anymore when she released that recent single Women's World, and everyone on Twitter was like, oh, she's washed up and cynically appealing to the gays. That's the only, like, I don't, yeah. Maybe it'll be Lady Gaga. Is Lady Gaga still on? Fuck me, I'm positive for COVID, Vosh. This is what I get for shaking Hassan's hand. My ballistic COVID missile, Benjamin Gilbert Liff. I launched you at Hassan. You know, this entire time that you've been a pawn in my game. Now I will become the largest lefty streamer. Reagan via a Ouija board? Maybe. Yeah, Shredword is just not a field that I focus on. What jacket are you wearing? Just lined denim jacket. It's from like, I don't know, J. Crew or something. Have you eaten any protein today? Yes. Bugs keep attacking my copper mine in Factorio. How do I fix the problem here? You got to build walls, my friend. You got to build walls. You got to build a wall. A beautiful wall. And you got to make the biters pay for it. It's Mike Pence. It being Mike Pence is actually genuinely a decent possibility. And I think there's a world where Mike Pence hits him with a good speech and maybe does some good, but nowhere near as good as if it was T Swift, you know? He's so boring. He's just... I don't like him. He's a Republican. Oh my Lord and stars. Hold on. JD Vance went to a donut shop in Georgia earlier. Hold on. First of all, Ron Den Bleicher of Cyanide and Happiness fame pointing out the real issue at hand here. Holy. You are on the campaign trail, my man. You have, like, stylists who follow you city to city. You're getting a shave. Like, you're not shaving yourself. If you're, you all know that, right? You're not doing your own hair and shaves when you're running for the vice presidency. They have people who follow you. Did his barber secretly hate him? Maybe he got his hair done at a barber shop in Atlanta, and they fucking hated him there. Yee ass haircut. It is a yee ass haircut. This is crazy. Yeah, the clip is really bad. Play the audio.
Come to town.
Woo.
The zoo has come to town. Thank you for letting us come in here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. Okay, yeah. She doesn't want to be on film, guys, so just cut her out of anything. Appreciate that, man. I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. Good to see you.
Okay.
Okay.
How long are you working?
I've been here since the beginning of July.
Okay.
For this
Okay.
year.
Okay, good.
Okay,
How
good.
about you, sir?
Almost 2 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Me when I'm a human being who knows how to converse with people. Okay. How are you doing? Okay.
Everything, yeah. I mean, a lot of glazed here, some sprinkle stuff.
Me when I'm a human being. Yeah, man. Looking really round, circular shapes. Some sprinkles over here. Oblivion NPC dialogue. I genuinely think that you would get a better conversation out of Whiterun. Jesus Christ. He's like a fucking alien, man.
Some of these cinnamon rolls, just whatever makes sense.
Well, he's not even giving a specific order? Just throw it all in there? Whatever makes sense? Yeah, I haven't been to a donut shop before. I am not really like a person the way that you're a person. Just like, I don't know. Give me a normal donut order. Give me, yes, I'm human. Please compare this to Tim doing. Well, I know Tim's gonna look like a regular fucking human being doing it. It's just crazy how bad JD Vance. Why is this muted?
Little rally on the side, but we had a little extra time.
Amazing.
If you don't know, the iconic Nebraska restaurant is the Runza. Don't call it anything else except a Runza. The bread consistency, all of it really matters. I got the Swiss and mushroom is kind of a classic. The cheese is solid. You can be a little bit creative, but this is it. If you're going to go to Nebraska, if you're going to go to a Nebraska football game, if you're just going to be a good person, you stop at Runza.
If you have any moral value, you're getting a Runza, okay?
I think it's the bread consistency. I mean,
Your homemade every day?
yeah, get this guy on TV for Runza. Thanks for the work you're doing. Matters.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Pleasure to meet you all.
Walking out with the Runza box, you know. Get out of here. Go.
What's been around?
About 4 years.
About 4 years? Okay.
Okay. Okay. About 4. Okay.
How long have you been here?
A little over 6 months.
Okay, good.
Holy shit. Dude. It's like I say a lot of stuff, I guess, for emphasis, and I'm actually being serious here. It actually is like a learning disability thing. Like, it genuinely, watching JD Vance interact with other people in public reminds me of, like, it's not just like, oh, he lacks Riz. It's like, these are people so specifically incapable of socializing with others that it's something you... I don't know, man. This is ableism? No, but that's the thing. It kind of feels like it is, though. Like, genuinely. Yeah, it feels like he has some kind of processing disorder. Like he cannot. Who asks like 7 questions and just says okay at the end of all of them? It goes beyond him just being not like charismatic. This is a whole other thing, you know? It's fucking crazy.
I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. Good to see you.
Okay.
How long you work here?
I've been here since.
Is he less charismatic? No, he actually makes Ron DeSantis look like a normal guy. Like, we're hitting lows that I never thought were possible. Like, Ron DeSantis is a weirdo, but I think he's a lot better than this, and I mean it. Whoa, let's not go that far. No, I really do mean it. There are plenty of videos of Ron DeSantis interacting with other people, and I genuinely think he comes across less abnormal than this. Oh, yeah, for sure, Vermin. They definitely hate his ass. Bosh, hey, there's nothing wrong with being unable to socialize, Lamau. Okay, well, first of all, yes, there is. Like, in the sense that it's a disability, like you're lacking a skill. Like, it is good to have a skill and not good to not have the skill. Like, obviously, it's preferable to be able to do. It's not like, it's not a neutral statement about a person's ability. It's good to be able to. But I mean, to me, like, you can take it in 2 directions, right? But for me, it just kind of makes me think that he's a actual psychopath. Like, what do they call it? Antisocial personality disorder? Like a fundamental inability to relate to people around him. You know what I mean? So there's a version of this that's not a moral failure, which would just be being socially incompetent. But in his case, I think that it is a moral failure because yeah, I don't know. People with ASPD are good at blending in. Not always, not always. Sometimes they are, but we're not all talking like Hannibal Lecter types. Sometimes it's just, they're just weird freaks who torture like squirrels they find in their backyard, you know? There are people who are both like antisocial and morally abhorrent. I don't know. This is very weird, guys. I don't know.
The beginning of July.
Okay.
For this year.
Okay, good. How about you, sir?
Almost
They
2
are?
years.
Okay, good. Just everything, yeah. I mean, a lot of glazed here, some sprinkle stuff, some of these cinnamon rolls.
Sprinkle stuff.
whatever
I
makes
do,
sense.
like,
How long
it's-
has this place been
it's-
around?
About 4 years.
About 4 years? Okay. How long have you been here?
A little over 6 months.
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
The zoo is
Okay,
coming to
good.
town. Thank you for letting us come in here.
Do you not have anything to say to that? At all? Like, oh, so you've only been working here a bit. You've been enjoying it? Oh, did this place open up recently? Of course, I'm just traveling by, you know? Oh, anything. He doesn't, I think he doesn't care. Yeah, anything, you know? It could also just be extreme disinterest in the working man. I just feel like there has to be something fundamentally wrong with you to be in a position. I mean, you're a senator. You're incredibly powerful. You're running for VP, and this is how you talk to people. You're not like a regular person making a regular mistake. I would never make these assumptions if there was like a regular awkward guy. I just want to be clear because I know that right now watching my stream, there are at least 4 people being like, but I'm awkward at the donut. Shut up. This isn't about you. You fucking narcissist, okay? This guy's a senator. He's running for VP. He's not, his social failings are not excusable as like a personal idiosyncratic, like it's not, they ain't like us, man. We're not just talking about awkwardness.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
But you've got to be bad at it.
Okay, yeah.
For it to be
she
this
doesn't want to be
bad.
on film, guys, so just cut her out of anything. Appreciate that, man. I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. Good to see you.
Okay.
How long have you worked here?
I've been
I
here
can't stop.
since,
What? It's
the
like,
beginning
it's
of July.
hypnotizing.
Okay.
For this
I
year.
also like the, I assume, bodyguard in the back who's just watching the train wreck.
Okay, good. How about you, sir?
Almost 2 years.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Just everything, yeah. I mean, a lot of glazed here, some sprinkle stuff, some of these cinnamon rolls.
I mean, a round one.
Whatever makes sense. How long has this place been around?
About 4 years.
About 4 years? Okay. How long have you been here?
A little over 6 months.
Okay, good. The zoo
I have to stop watching. It's genuinely like, I feel like if you ran this as an ad on its own, is he literally repeating himself? The video is looping, you troglodyte. Sorry. I have a headache. It makes me wonder what got cut out too, because there are a few cuts in this. Like what got left in the chopping room floor? Why'd they post this? I don't think they posted this. This is C-SPAN. It has the C-SPAN logo, so I think this was a C-SPAN camera crew following them. So pretty bold of JD Vance to allow like news, like journalists to follow him into this. Like it's not even just them and the team. It's you know, the media's following them as well. But they clearly wanted this to be public. Yeah, for sure. To cons, this is good enough. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, there's a longer version? Send me to the hell.
How are you? Good.
Oh, the audio is super low.
Is everybody else in here? All right, one of the few. Okay.
The audio is super low.
So we are. Let's see. We're gonna get. How many people, Nick? I can't notice if you get.
I would get a couple dozen, sir.
A couple dozen? Okay. I'm sorry, man. Okay, yeah. She doesn't want to be on film, guys, so just cut her out of anything. Appreciate that, man. I'm JD Vance.
How do you not have volume master? I mean, I have everything turned up. It's just if you bass boost it or you gain boost it too much.
Okay.
We're gonna do.
They didn't blur this one. Yeah, I guess not.
2 dozen.
Okay.
Yep. And just a random assortment of stuff here. How long are you working?
I've been here since the beginning of July
Okay.
for this year.
Volume Master is an add-on that allows you to increase the volume behind. I know that, but if you do that, you're gain boosting and gain boosting. Like there's a button right here that'll boost the volume. It's just that often leads to really crunchy audio, and I have a headache. So let me live, please.
How about you, sir?
Almost 2 years.
Okay, good. How long is it?
Everything.
Just everything, yeah. I mean, a lot of glazed here, some sprinkle stuff, some of these cinnamon rolls, just whatever makes sense.
Ma'am, if you don't want to be on film, you're good. If you don't want to be on film, you're okay.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
How long has this place been around?
About 4 years.
About 4 years? Okay. How long have you been here?
A little over 6 months.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's when we selected this place, I didn't know if it had been here for 20 years or 4 years, or you never know. Sometimes you drop in.
This is a cool story. The owner of this place, basically him and his uncle owned his grandfather's horse, which was founded in Douglas.
Oh, okay.
And his uncle.
Okay. Okay. When we selected this place. Okay. Didn't he also go to like a tourist trap in Philadelphia recently? Visits Pat's Steaks to grab a cheesesteak. And this place is infamous for being like a tourist trap that's not local or authentic. Man, it's so cool how they passed that law in Congress that mandated that every men's dress shirt has to look terrible all the time. And then they mandated it so that guys think it's okay to walk around in dress shirts, even though it's not. And they look like absolute fucking dog shit. Unless you're wearing a suit over them or they're layered properly. Like, just a white dress shirt, just walking around with it. He clearly threw off his suit, jacket, and tie. Then he should have thrown the shirt off, too.
See y'all later. Thank you. Yeah, happy to. You got a pen for me or
Remember when Fetterman killed off? Yeah. This place is like infamous enough in Philly that I remember this. John Fetterman attacked Oz, who was like wasn't really like a Philly guy, for going to Pat's. The trip to Pat's plus Gino's a rite of passage for every tourist. This is back when Fetterman was cool. You know, if you can recall those times. If you can remember the good old days. I will dream canoe, but I haven't been to the tailor in a while. Apparently these Pats guys are pieces of shit too. Like, I saw somebody took a picture of their photo board, and one of the largest photos on there is them with George W. JD Vance goes to a deli and asks if they serve bad food. Oh, I remember that. Do you have any food here you really don't like? We'll take some and feed it to the journalists on the plane. Me when I'm at a deli talking to like a regular working class Joe. Do you sell dog shit here? Do you have any like disgusting slop food that you sell? Is there any low quality stuff here that you would like to offer me in front of all these cameras? Because just so you know, I hate the press. Not beating the weirdo allegations? No. This is clearly an authentic deli too. Is that a joke? Because, like, as someone who hasn't been to Wisconsin, this does look like an authentic deli to me. Right? I mean, this looks like an authentic member of the working class to me, and I say that in the nicest... Like, that's the greatest compliment I could ever offer. No, I'm being serious. It makes more... Okay, just making sure. Like, yeah, I know. Seattle doesn't have much in the way of authentic delis. Those floors are nasty? No, those floors are authentic, you fucking... You fucking aristocrat. Tile floor freezer, Italian flag. Also this, the like really ugly chef statue. Yeah, listen, you know that you're in for a good meal if the health code grade of the deli you're about to eat at is like a C or lower. You know what I mean? If they've got a sign in their front window that has like a yellow frowny face, you know you're about to get some good ass shit. Rated D for delicious. If your shoes don't stick to the floor, it's not real. That's real. Right there. What do they sell at delis? Sandwiches, sliced meats and cheese and stuff. I think of delis as like an extremely American thing, but I guess they're Italian. I mean, I think of them as like an Italian-American thing, you know? But I know they're not. They just feel that way to me. They're Jewish? I guess that makes sense. I guess I think of a lot of Jewish stuff as American stuff, because like the cultural center for Jewish people is New York City, you know? And to a lesser extent, LA, right? So they're basically just an immigrant thing. Yeah. Don't start now. I'm not starting anything. New York is objectively like a haven for Jewish culture. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's like an objective fact. It's not even like it's not a moral statement at all. You'd have to be delusional to deny it, you know? Well, anyway. There actually is a really, I guess, authentic deli in Seattle, and by authentic I mean overpriced. I mean, I thought they were pricey. I went in, they had a gigantic Israeli flag on the inside. So that's not cool. It was post October 7th too, so like, you know. Was it all kosher? I mean, I didn't check, but I assume so, right? Did you see the uncommitted thing? Yeah, it's blown up pretty big. Hey, I'm a Democrat exiting the DNC. I'm passing by some uncommitted protesters reading out loud the names of dead children in Gaza. I'm going to do the most optically destructive thing imaginable. That's fantastic. Thank you, you know. Are you like a fucking plant or something? Are you like a, I mean, were you sent here by the Republicans to sow division? What are you doing? Yeah, with the rainbow wrist bracelet, yeah. Bosch, have you even bothered to look into who the uncommitted coalition is? That's a weirdly antagonistic way of asking me a question. What do you, yeah, we've done multiple segments about uncommitted. Can I help you?
Say it again.
What's up?
Mock them again. Mock the children again. Do it again. Do it again.
18 years old. 18 years old.
This is great, man. Yeah. Demons? Yeah, it's pretty demonic. Who are these assholes? They're just people leaving the DNC, and they thought it'd be a great idea to, like, make a public spectacle of how much they don't care about dead Palestinian children. They doxed that guy already? That seems like a pretty likely outcome, considering what he did in front of a camera. Yeah. I ran into that guy on Monday, Vosh them out. Why didn't you stop him, Ben?
18 years old. Yusuf Hassan. God, no. 8 years old. Turn around and join the uncommitted delegates in the...
It's like the obvious disinterest. Like, it's not just them walking by or whatever. Like, they're all mocking it. Disappointing update. Reporters are being briefed. It seems that the DNC accepted Dem State Rep Rua for Georgia as Palestinian speaker for tonight on the stage, but uncommitted turned her down. This is simply not true. It's a lie. Being told, I assume, by DNC spinners now on the defensive. Uncommitted are the ones who pitched her, and there's still time for the DNC to put Rua for Georgia on stage tonight for 2 minutes. If they have time and space for a former Republican congressman, for Israeli family members a hostage, they have time and space for an elected Palestinian Democratic lawmaker. Anything else is straight racism erasure. Well, shit, I don't have any insider info on what's going on, like, with the DNC between them and uncommitted, but I have no reason to distrust Mehdi Hassan, so, you know. Will you read the speech they propose? Well, with you asking so nicely. All right, here's the speech. Here, hold on. Read it dramatically. My name is Rua Rahman, and I'm honored to be the first Palestinian elected to public office in the great state of Georgia and the first Palestinian to ever speak at the Democratic National Convention. My story begins in a small village near Jerusalem called Suba, where my dad's family is from. My mom's roots trace back to Al-Khalil, or Hebron. My parents, born in Jordan, brought us to Georgia when I was 8, where I now live with my wonderful husband and our sweet pets. Growing up, my grandfather and I shared a special bond. He was my partner in mischief, whether it was sneaking me sweets from the bodega or slipping a $20 bill in my pocket with that familiar wink and smile. He was my rock, but he passed away a few years ago, never seeing Suba or any part of Palestine again. Not a day goes by that I don't miss him. This past year has been especially hard, as we've been moral witnesses to the massacres in Gaza. They wouldn't like the use of this word. Not saying it's incorrect. This is completely correct. Just saying. I've thought of him, wondering if this was the pain he knew too well. When we watch Palestinians displaced from one end of the Gaza Strip to the other, I wanted to ask him how he found the strength to walk all those miles decades ago and leave everything behind. But in this pain, I've also witnessed something profound, a beautiful, multi-faith, multi-racial, and multi-generational coalition rising from despair within our Democratic Party. For 320 days, we've stood together, demanding to enforce our laws on friend and foe alike to reach a ceasefire, end the killing of Palestinians, free all the Israeli and Palestinian hostages, and to begin the difficult work of building a path to the collective peace and safety. They also wouldn't like the mention of Palestinian hostages, the tens of thousands of people who have been unlawfully detained to be tortured and raped and killed by the IDF. Publicly now tortured, raped, and killed. It's well known. Israeli government officials have spoken out defending the right for the IDF to rape and torture them, and to begin the difficult work of building a path to collective peace and safety. That's why we are here, members of this Democratic Party committed to equal rights and dignity for all. What we do here echoes around the world. They'll say this is how it's always been, that nothing can change. But remember Fanny Louhammer, shunned for her courage, yet she paved the way for an integrated Democratic Party. Her legacy lives on, and it's her example we follow. But we can't do it alone. This historic moment is full of promise, but only if we stand together. Our party's greatest strength has always been has always been our ability to unite. Some see that as a weakness, but it's time we flex that strength. Let's commit to each other to electing Vice President Harris and defeating Donald Trump, who uses my identity as a Palestinian as a slur. Let's fight for the policies long overdue, from restoring access to abortions to ensuring a living wage, to demanding an end to reckless war and a ceasefire in Gaza. To those who doubt us, to the cynics and naysayers, I say, yes, we can. Yes, we can be a Democratic Party that prioritizes funding our schools and hospitals, not for endless wars. That fights for an America that belongs to all of us, black, brown, and white, Jews and Palestinians, all of us, like my grandfather taught me, together. Yeah, well, that's an objectively good speech. Not allowing this speech feels racist. I mean, yeah. The cynic in me wants to say, well, hold on. I think the cynic in me is correct. Yeah, I don't think they're allowing this. Yeah. I think it's purely just they don't want to cause a ruckus with the Zionists that they've placated. That Joe Biden, by the way, has spent nearly a year now placating and emboldening by constantly defending Israel and Netanyahu. Like they have grown far stronger on account of that. Here's like a minute-long interview with Rua by Mehdi Hassan. How quickly do these people move?
Democratic lawmaker. Rua, you are a member of the House of Representatives. You're a Democratic lawmaker. What do you both say? What do you say as a representative, elected representative, to, I'm sure, many Palestinian Americans who come up to you and say, what are you doing in that party? We're invisible to that party. We're not represented. They don't care about us. What do you say to them?
I'm going to be honest with you. I really thought I could take something back after this week. Yeah. And now I don't know what I'm going to say to them. Yeah. I really don't. Because, you know...
You know why this is happening? Harris was doing too well in Michigan. They're getting arrogant. They're like, oh, fuck. I saw that +8 Harris poll. We don't need to care anymore. Yoink.
Of us expect to change 80 years worth of policy, you know, in the course of a single election cycle. That is absolutely not the, current ask. That is not what is being demanded. What is being demanded at the most basic fundamental level is that for those of us who have given so much for this party, because again, I've been an organizer for 10 years, 8 years longer than I've been an elected official. I have knocked doors. I personally knocked doors for President Biden in Forsyth County in the cold on my own, because I firmly believe that we could not have Trump again. Yeah. I am somebody who's turned out, at this point, tens of thousands of voters for the party. I'm in a swing state, and I've done it consistently. And when somebody tells me, what are you doing in that party? I used to be able to say, this is the only party, the only one that at least strives to do the right thing. No, but there is no singular perfect party. But our tent is big enough that I can see myself in it, and that it matches my values of striving to be the best that we can
Bosch,
be.
is it too early to do a pill? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Tedious ass motherfucker. They're bumping the Justins. We can confirm the Tennessee 3 have been bumped tonight. Extremely disappointing. I wonder if that's because the DNC is worried they'll say something about Palestine. The Justins, Justin Jones, Justin Pearson, are both very progressive. They might be like trying to get ahead of any perceived instability. Oy. Okay, so the yellow name who got banned for thinking that they had plot armor was insisting that we watch this because it shows that uncommitted are demons. All right. You do know that the behavior of random people at the uncommitted protests is not the same thing as like the uncommitted movement broadly, right?
In Israel, there's a lot of aggression there. It's a moral imperative to be here today because you can't stand by and watch the body count rack up daily without coming out and saying something.
From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free!
We feel betrayed by the democratic machine. A lot of the Muslims...
Wait, what's wrong with this? I was given a timestamp. What's wrong with this from the timestamp? Was the timestamp an accident and you meant to give me from the beginning of the video?
The Palestinian community voted Democrat and the Democrats are failing us and... Free Palestine!
Like, I'm sure there are people in the uncommitted movement who are bad. Like, I'm sure some of them are, like, anti-Semites or whatever, in the same way that if you get any large enough group of people, they're gonna be freaks. But the uncommitted movement leadership, the ones actually negotiating with the DNC, I haven't seen any evidence that they've acted, that they've been untrustworthy, you know?
My family is still there, and they're afraid for that. They're being their kids, even in the West Bank. Their kids are being attacked wherever they go. I mean, you can be attacked and you can be killed just any minute. That's in the West Bank where there is no Hamas.
The West Bank is completely sealed off by apartheid walls, checkpoints.
Yeah, wait, how? This video was given to me to hold on. The chat message that I ripped this video from. Hold on. You should watch the Channel 5 Palestinian protest vid. It's the cringiest-ish you've ever seen. I really want you to watch the Channel 5 footage about the uncommitted protests of the DNC. Have you even bothered to look into who they are? Watch the Channel 5 doco on them. Yes, they're demons. What?
In Israel, there's a lot of aggression.
Different than Trump on the Palestinian issue, but I don't think she will. I think she's afraid of the Israel lobby.
And she has a history of supporting the U.S. special relationship with Israel and saying that Israel has a right to defend itself as it conducts its illegitimate operation in which it is an occupying entity bombing their occupied population and killing over 15,000 children.
The Fourth Geneva Convention article.
I'm not going to watch an entire 15-minute video despite a person who's currently banned. But so far, everything I've seen is correct. There was some guy with Hamas and Hezbollah signs, like a soldier phenotype. Okay, I don't give a shit, man. If you support Hamas or Hezbollah, you're objectively more morally in the right than defending Israel. Like, if you take this as like an oppositional, like us or them, whatever, Israel right now is the one committing a genocide. Hamas and Hezbollah aren't. So if you want to engage in that level of moral equivacy, okay, Joe Biden saying he supports Israel's right to defend itself is implicitly more morally harmful than somebody running around a protest saying like Hamas is coming or whatever. Like, come on, have some perspective here. I saw Loner watch the vid. The guy in the Lebowski shirt went into the Epstein-Mossad conspiracy. Literally just one dipshit in a crowd. Yeah, anti-Semitism exists, and it's a problem. I don't think that invalidates the entire fucking movement. It's like a big movement, man. Yeesh.
Yesterday, they gave us a flat out no. There will not be a Palestinian
Hmm. I feel like the Harris campaign is banking on turning out other groups more. I legitimately think that part of this is because Harris has been doing well in Michigan. Genuinely, I think that's a part of it. One of the big, like, from an electoral perspective, one of the big reasons for being better about Palestine was the uncommitted movement. Michigan, you know, a large population of Arabs. Do they think the Jewish vote is somehow bigger? Well, the Zionist vote is much, much larger, in large part because it's been cultivated by Joe Biden, you know? Annie, thank you for going back through their post history to give me that gem. You know, I love being validated. How much of this is because she's still chained up to Biden's policy? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. We're operating with limited information right now. There is, in fact, such a thing as a moderate Zionist, though, right? Zionists would be okay with being harder against Netanyahu. Yeah, but the problem is that Netanyahu isn't, like, really the issue. I mean, you can take a look at any of the polling done on Israeli citizens, but the Hitlerite particles, not beginning and ending with Netanyahu. They're the guys who elected Netanyahu over and over again, you know? It's unfortunately, like, because of how Hitler-esque the Israeli, like, deeply, like, just a demonic political taint to that nation. It's an ongoing settler colonial project that gets an ungodly amount of free weapons from the most powerful nation on earth. They're set up to fail from a moral perspective, you know? So as a consequence of that, being anti-Netanyahu isn't enough. I don't really think there is such a thing as a moderate Zionist anymore. Being a moderate Zionist at this point is pretty equivalent to being a moderate, like, Rojavan Redentist, you know? Like, oh, you know, he doesn't think you should literally arrest and incarcerate a third of the black population of Rwanda. He just thinks that you should. It's like, I don't know. I feel like Rwanda just shouldn't be a thing, maybe. Rhodesia? Oh, not Rwanda. Did I just say Rwanda? Rhodesia. Rhodesia. My head still hurts. Rhodesia. I was confused. I was confused while saying it. It didn't feel right, but I didn't... The neurons weren't making it to the receptors. Vosh denying most of America's Jews' existence. What does that even mean? What does that mean? What? You said Rojava, then Rwanda. I was working for, like, every other, yeah, every other R word, except for the one I like to use the most. There are moderate Zionists who wanted an end to the war, end to the occupation, but are just kind of delusional by the history. I genuinely don't know how large of a block there are of people who want an immediate end to the conflict, the formation of a Palestinian state, a release of all the Palestinian prisoners, war tribunals for the people responsible for this, which is going to hit, like, basically every level of Israeli society, because it does not begin to end with the IDF. Like, complete deconstruction of the apartheid. Like, there are people who are like, yes, I believe all those things, but still am a Zionist, and God bless them, but there just are not that many of them. Or at the very least, they are not they're not, like, addressed in the discourse, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like, they're not a block that's getting pointed at. You just described Cenk and Ethan Klein? No, I didn't. I know how Ethan Klein's acted about Israel. Don't do this. No. We're not scaling this back, okay? Artemy, why do you want attention so badly? I have a job. And you have legs, yes. Wow. So clean. DNC started? Yeah. Yeah. Is it not possible to think there should be a Jewish state, but well, keep in mind, I also don't think there should be a Jewish state. That's an ethno-state. It is definitionally. If you want the state to be partial to Jewish people in any way, shape, or form, then you are definitionally created. Like, yeah. Jewish people are safer in the United States of America than they have been in Israel since Israel's formation. The argument for, like, the need for Israel as a safe place for Jews has never made sense. It didn't work in the 20s when it was Zionist militias and the, you know, British mandate and so on, and it doesn't work now. What are we on about?
Colors. Color stir.
Look like Mounties.
Please remain standing for the pledge.
Yeah, and they were safe in Poland until they weren't. Can you not be like a fucking retard? Wow, the Holocaust happened, therefore Jews are the one ethnic group or religious group that will never, ever, ever be safe in any place other than the fascist state they form? What are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think that, like, if World War II again happened, that being in a separate state would save them? Don't be an idiot.
God, indivisible.
I pledge allegiance to nothing. Wouldn't a Kurdish state also be an ethno-state? Not unless they implemented policies that were preferential towards Kurdish people in any way. Which I would disagree with.
Love. Love. Love.
Love.
Love.
Love.
Love.
AANES sets up local councils for Arab people. Yeah, they also set up local councils for women in Rojava. Okay, so it's like a woman state. Come on, don't. Are we doing this again? How are we on year 5.5 of this channel, and there are still people in chat being like, if you don't think that the Jewish people deserve their own ethnic state, that means that you're like Hitler? Like, come on, go back to like day 1 of the channel. Jesus.
But it started
What
with
if
her
new viewers?
parents,
They weren't a new viewer.
her mother, a South Asian scientist, and her father, a black economist. They took her to civil rights marches and inspired her to pursue her dreams. After her parents divorced, she and her sister were raised by her mother with the help of friends and neighbors, attending Sunday school at the 23rd Avenue Church.
We grew up in this wonderful, loving, supportive environment.
My mother was very well aware that she was raising 2 black girls to be 2 black women.
Jack, can you not be weird about
Her
black
mother
people
saved
just
up for
one
10
single
years to
time?
buy their first home and shared with Kamala the words and wisdom that remain her North Star to this day.
Be a fighter for things that matter, and don't be limited by what has always been.
And then came a moment that changed Kamala Harris's destiny. The spark that lit the fire within.
When I was in high school, I had a best friend who I learned was being molested by her father.
This particular day, she was like, hey, you really, really are not yourself.
Oh my
There's
fucking
something
God.
going on.
I said to her as soon as she told me, well, you have to come stay with us.
As you get older, you really, really reflect on how pivotal that intervention was at that crucial point in my life.
A big part of the reason I wanted to be a prosecutor was to protect people like her.
And on her first day in court, she rose from her chair at the prosecutor's desk and said, Kamala Harris for the people. As a prosecutor, she put violent criminals and sexual predators in prison, leading to the highest conviction rate for serious and violent crime in 15 years, and created Back on Track, a program for first-time low-level drug offenders that became a national model.
About, yeah, you did commit a crime, accept it, own up to it, and then let's talk about what we can do to change the circumstances going forward.
Lowering recidivism rates for nonviolent offenders from 54% to 10%, giving people the training they needed to find a job after their sentence.
I remember being so struck by having a district attorney who cared both about justice, about safety and accountability, but figuring out how to stop that crime from happening again.
As California's Attorney General, she targeted transnational gangs and drug cartels, seized 10,000 kilos of cocaine and 12,000 pounds of methamphetamine, went after drug traffickers, and took 12,000 illegal guns off the streets.
The new foreclosure crisis threatens to freeze up.
She took on the nation's 5 largest mortgage banks that
audio?
were stealing from homeowners.
Prosecutors claim they've duped desperate homeowners into paying thousands of dollars to get them out of foreclosure.
She played hardball and delivered a landmark $20 billion settlement.
This represents one of the largest dollar amounts to come to California.
And in 2016,
yeah, chat's behind by a bit. I'm not sure why.
California sent her to represent them in Washington, D.C. In the Senate, she earned a reputation for taking on the tough fights on the Judiciary and Intelligence Committees.
Kamala hit the ground running. She came in with confidence. She was always respectful, but she would not let a witness off easily.
I wouldn't.
Yes or no?
And if an argument didn't hold water, she could spot that flaw and get at it.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
And when Joe Biden went looking for his vice president,
I wanted someone who was strong and who was ready to be president on day one.
As vice president, she worked to cap insulin costs for seniors at $35, to replace lead pipes and provide clean water for communities, and she helped create 16 million jobs.
The Biden-Harris bipartisan infrastructure bill has already created thousands of jobs for our members. That is what the future looks like under a president, Kamala Harris.
She fought to reduce the trauma of...
Take this with a massive grain of salt. My sister's at the DNC right now, and she said T Swift has been seeing the DNC today. The main problem with that is that T Swift is incredibly generic looking. So, I mean, she's no Lady Gaga or Madonna, right? So, you know, it could just be like any blonde chick, and it's like, oh, that's T Swift.
And she did more than talk the talk. She walked the walk, helping pass the first bipartisan legislation in 30 years to curb gun violence.
So one thing I learned about working with Vice President Harris is she always stand on business.
She has traveled the world to strengthen our national security and restore our global leadership. meeting with more than 150 heads of state. She stood shoulder
Is
to
Taylor
shoulder
Swift tall?
with our allies and stood up to dictators, helping to unite NATO behind Ukraine and impose punishing costs on Russia. She's led the fight for reproductive freedom.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
The first vice president to visit an abortion clinic, she built a nationwide grassroots movement to ensure that access to abortion, IVF, and birth control will always be protected. In the halls of power, she's a tough prosecutor, an effective policymaker, a powerful leader. And at home, she's the center of her family.
I'm not giving up.
She's the best godmother,
That's cute.
auntie. She's honest, she's loving, incredibly reliable. She's one of the most loyal people you'll ever meet.
That is why I believe she is so prepared to be our next president. This love she has for her family, being there for all of us. That's how she will lead this country, being there for everyone.
She's a proud graduate of Harvard University.
Hey, you know!
Her campaign is a force of nature, generating the excitement we've all been yearning for.
A campaign of joy, of love, of care.
I am so fundamentally inspired.
Kamala Harris will be our next
Turn
president.
down video audio. But the audio is the same as before. I don't know what you guys are yapping about.
President, thank you for bringing back the joy.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. We are not going back.
Lower the stream, dude. I have lowered it 4 times.
She's a protector, a strong voice for common sense, a leader for tomorrow, committed to healing our country, dedicated to doing the hard work to make us stronger.
I now declare you spouses for life.
Someone who truly understands the struggles of everyday Americans. Forged by the challenges of the past, ready for any challenge that may arise. Now is the time, America. The joy is back, the pride is back, the hope is back.
It's literally clipping. It's literally not.
She's doing the work. She's fighting for us. She's the new way forward, our way forward. She is the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
It was just quieter than the video. No, he isn't. I have OBS open. I can see what's louder.
Wow.
Wow.
Bienvenidos todos to the final night of the Democratic National Convention. We have so much in store for all of you tonight, including a special rendition of our national anthem by our favorite country music rabble-rousers, the Chicks.
Wow.
And I just want to say, this week, our energy, hope, and joy have inspired the nation. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has been a small man, speaking in small venues, talking about
He's
small
actually quite
ideas. Our ideas, our vision for America brings us together. Our vision for America embraces every community and everyone. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are working hard because they know
Wait, the Chicks are the Dixie Chicks?
is great. They know that we can build a future for all of us, and they're earning our votes by laying out a plan that puts the American dream not just within reach, but so we can fully grasp it. By making sure going to the grocery store doesn't break the bank, that we have control over our bodies, that our kids' like my own kids, Christian.
They dropped the Dixie a while ago because, like, it's racer thing. Well, Dixie's a reference to the Confederacy. So, yeah, it makes sense. Now they're just the Chicks, which is pretty generic as names go, but, you know, whatever. We love growth, I guess. When she started saying, like, your favorite country girl, I thought she was going to say Taylor Swift, because I've heard some people describe T Swift as a country singer. I don't know if that's true, and I don't really care. But, you know.
J Metro, over to you.
Chicago, how's everybody feeling out there today? Welcome to night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. I know you all are having so much fun out there. Is that correct?
He's not wearing a dress shirt, chat. That's
There's
a
only
band
one thing
collar.
left to do, and that's to make sure that the fun continues right here, right now, the only way that I know how. The Chicago way, baby. Y'all ready?
Band collar, casual butt down. The pocket. You know, this guy over here, he's dancing like I do. Oh, not anymore, because we moved on temporally. Bro's not wearing a seersucker coat with a linen shirt. I mean, that'd be a little bit much. He's not at the beach. No, that was good music? Okay, fine.
One time, everybody, hands up in the air, let's go.
Yes, more 95, I guess. No need to spam a link.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Please welcome National Education Association President Becky Pringle and American Federation of Teachers President Randy Weingarten.
Thanks for the information, Neymar.
I am Becky Pringle, President of the largest labor union in this country.
Neat.
The National Education Association. As an 8th grade science teacher for over 30 years, I can tell you that Kamala Harris and teacher Tim Walz understand when our public schools are strong, our nation is strong. They know expanding free school meals, investing in healthcare, and keeping our communities and our schools safe creates opportunity for everyone. They will strengthen our schools, support our educators, and help our students live into their brilliance. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are not just wrong, they're dangerous. It's all right there in Project 2025. They will shut down the Department of Education. End Head Start and make educators pay a higher percentage in taxes than billionaires. But we are coming together to say, not on our watch.
European here, what's up with the constant American nationalism being praised all the time? It feels so wrong. Well, it is a convention for a political party of the country that is running, so nationalism seems like it's going to come into play in some level. You know? Also, we are exceptional. Like, there's a reason why when Europeans talk about Europe, they talk about Europe, the continent, and not their individual country. Because if you stack up any individual one of your shit-ass fucking, ooh la la, coffee and a cigarette by the cafe countries, you fall behind in every category, except for happiness, educational attainment, class mobility, ease of accessing cheap, delicious lattes by a cafe, you know. So, like, in other categories, like guns, and the amount of guns and how big the guns are, we win.
Teacher. One of my first lessons I taught my students was about the social contract, how both individual freedoms and mutual responsibility.
But Europe has better healthcare, beat that. Yeah, well, America has no healthcare, which means that Americans die faster, which is morally good. Beat that.
Where educators prepare students to spark innovations, steward the environment, create our arts, and shape our democracy. Now, one of the first lessons my students taught me.
Denmark has Legos, but only American salaries can afford to buy those Lego sets. We can do this all day.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance can't claim they're pro-child while gutting funding for public schools. That means that being pro-family means we support access to good union jobs, affordable housing, health care, and higher education. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for, and we are all in. They've spent their lives making the promise of America real in the classroom and the courtroom. America, with Kamala Harris as our president, our best days are ahead.
Please welcome California Senator Alex Padilla.
Good evening, Democrats. Buenas noches, demócratas.
More Spanish, more pandering.
My name is Alex Padilla, and I am so proud to represent the great state of California in the United States Senate. But the titles I'm most proud of are husband to my beautiful wife, Angela, and father to 3 young gentlemen. You know, as a father, when we talk about the future of our country, it's not just hypothetical. For me, it is very real. Every day I go to work in Washington, I think about my kids and the future we're building for their generation. And to show you how Kamala Harris will treat America's kids as president, I'll tell you how she treats mine. Because whenever she sees Roman, Alejandro, and Diego, she greets them with kindness and respect.
Okay.
Literally meeting them on their level, to speak to them and to listen. In every fight that Kamala and I have taken on together.
Sorry, I don't respect Californians. Another day of the lead that Harris has over Trump growing. We're now at 3.4. We had 2.8, then 3.3, and now we're up to 3.4. We're getting a steady increase. I mean, even if you compare it to just a week ago, 2.9, a whole half-point difference, pretty crazy stuff. Current polling shows Kamala's winning North Carolina, but not Georgia. I mean, if we win North Carolina...
That's right. And And when Kamala became vice president, I was honored to fill her seat. But I knew that I had some big Chuck Taylors to fill.
That's the hope, Annie.
But I was proud to carry on legislation that she championed to protect workers, to safeguard public lands.
Harris is only up by that much, and Trump always outperforms polling? Not really. Trump didn't really outperform polling in 2020, and the Republicans underperformed polling in 2022. Trump only outperformed polling in 2016 by like a significant margin, and the reason that happened is, you know, due to factors that are no longer really in play, you know? The red wave is a fear people have because of 2016. The wave doesn't exist anymore. I mean, I hope not. That's my hope.
But today, we know that the dream is out of reach for far too many families. So my question for all of you tonight is this. This November, who's ready to defend the dream? ¿Quién está listo a defender el sueño americano? Tim Walz is ready to defend the dream.
It depended on the state,
Kamala Harris will defend the dream. And between now and Election Day, each of us must defend the dream too, by working to elect them as Vice President and President of the United States of America.
We haven't even talked about this, but DeSantis recently had a miserable series of failures in local elections, like school board stuff, where the Republican and DeSantis picks did terribly. I think he lost like 3/4 of them, even in relatively favored elections.
For families across our nation, the American dream starts at the same place, the place we call home. A home is more than 4 walls and a roof. It's the foundation of everything we hope for, the bedrock from which we build our own American dreams and write our own American stories. To share Kamala's vision to give more Americans a place to call home, please welcome former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge.
Yup. Federal government to intervene in rail labor dispute force binding arbitration in Canada, not in America. Wow, they're doing this again, huh? Fuck Trudeau.
OH. Kamala Harris has fought to protect homeowners and renters her entire career. As Attorney General, she held big banks accountable for their role in the foreclosure crisis and won billions of dollars for California homeowners. As Vice President, she and President Biden helped over 400,000 homeowners at the risk of foreclosure during the pandemic. And as President, she will build 3 million new homes and rentals, limit unfair rent increases, and offer down payment support.
I still really, really, really want details on what the criteria are, what their plans are for like what is price gouging? How are you going to limit rent increases? I need details on this because I have a feeling it's going to either not happen at all or it's going to be really, really, really bad.
Where you live determines what schools your children go to, what health care you receive, and whether you can get a good job without spending hours commuting. Where you live too often determines how you live. Donald Trump has no idea how housing works for everyday Americans. He doesn't care. He started his career being sued for denying housing to black families. As president, he sat by while the cost of housing skyrocketed. Now, we can hand the keys to our housing policy back to a negligent landlord, or we can elect a president who believes in safe, affordable housing for all. Let's ensure we have an opportunity economy by voting for Kamala Harris. Thank you.
I cannot begin to tell you guys how much I hate opportunity economy. I hate this so fucking much. I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Have we seen any details in the capital gains tax? Aren't they saying it's like a...
Hi, my name is Dave from Pennsylvania. I'm a two-time.
Isn't the plan like if you make $5 in the stock market, they shoot you?
Before, but I'm not going to do that again. I think his agenda has really been awful for America.
He doesn't care about ordinary people. He's never been one, never known any.
I'm extremely worried about Donald Trump getting into the White House again.
People are working. All these people who weren't working under the Trump administration, they now have jobs.
One thing I like about Kamala Harris is she talks about the issues. She talks about the economy. She talks about women's rights.
I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome California Representative Ted Lieu.
No Californians in my stream, except for me. Yeah, $5 trillion in tax increases over a decade. Good. No one making less than $400K a year would see their tax scope into the plan. Darn. Raise taxes on wealthiest Americans and large corporations. Corporate tax rate from 21% to 28%. Okay. Raising a tax on stock buybacks to 4% from 1%. Not quite the same as 400%, but you know. Maybe my policies are just built different. The legislation also requires big companies to pay taxes worth at least 15% of the income they report to investors. Up to 21% rather than 15%. Multinational companies' foreign earnings taxed in the United States. Compliance with international rates. Rate would double from 10.5% to 21%. That's really based. Higher earning Americans would pay more. Top marginal income rate for 39.6% to 37%. Increase the rates. For Americans making more than $1 million a year, investment earnings would be taxed the same rate as regular income instead of at lower rates for capital gains. Basis. The current law says capital gains tax only when the asset is sold, but not if they pass the assets on to someone else at the time of their death. Inherit assets to patient has to pay tax how much the assets piece of purchase. Okay, so basically an inheritance tax in that context. Great. Tax Americans' investment gains before they sell the assets. People more than 100 million wealth have to pay for at least 25% competition. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty based, you know? It's a pretty significant and across the board increase in taxes. Now, can they actually get it through? No.
Pay the bills and put on a brave face so her girls did not know how hard it really was. It shouldn't be this hard in America. And President Kamala Harris will make sure it's not. She'll fight to lower housing costs so that everyone, everywhere, can find a place to call home.
Yeah, Annie, I could be completely incorrect on this, so if I am, I look forward to being corrected. That was sarcasm. Don't ever tell me that I'm wrong. But my understanding is that corporate tax rates right now kind of don't matter that much because it's laughably easy to siphon corporate wealth into something else, you know? Like a corporate tax rate only refers to just the profits of the corporation, but if that gets siphoned into something else, whether it be like stock buybacks or the personal salaries or any, like it's I could be wrong on this, but I think it's easier than ever to funnel into something else. So I'm happy that it's across the board. You know, you're targeting the like the capital gains and the personal income tax rate as well, international corporation as well. The 15% minimum tax fix this? Well, I don't know. I mean, they're still siphoning it out, right? What are we on now?
Hello, Democrats. And hey, Wisconsin. Tonight, I want to talk about family. We know that all families don't look alike. My mother was a teenager when I was born, and she struggled with addiction. I never met my father.
What are you referencing when you say Utah?
But I had two incredible grandparents who stepped in and raised me, David and Doris Green. Everything I know, I learned from them.
Hold on. Damn, where is it? I can't find it. Whatever.
With a personal knowledge of what those...
I found it.
Sexy. Who's sexy? I'm sexy. I'm sexy. Fuck it up. Jersey, fuck it up right now. B-ball, fuck it up right now. DC, fuck it up right now.
Utah. Ooh. That's what I'm referring to.
Donald Trump was asked what he would do about Social Security and Medicare, and he said, and I quote, "There's a lot you can do in terms of cutting." Cutting? He's talking about cutting Social Security and Medicare while giving a huge new tax break to billionaires and corporations.
You fucking retarded people, that wasn't funny.
Well,
you
Kamala Harris is not going to let that happen. And Tim Walz is not going to let that happen. We are not going to let that happen. You know...
Oh, they actually got him.
They've got it back.
That billionaire that sunk in the Mediterranean off the Italian coast actually died. Billionaire Mike Lynch. He's a tech guy, right? Silicon Valley tech guy? Confirmed dead at 59 after his body was recovered from his sunken yacht. The ocean claims another. No, he's the Bill Gates in the UK. Oh, so he's in tech, but not Silicon Valley? Gotcha, gotcha.
I am a proud mom of 3. And when my kids were young, I sat down with my husband to go over our bills. We realized that my entire income went to paying for childcare. We asked ourselves, how on earth will we make this work? So many parents will tell you a similar story. They'll tell you that preschool can cost as much as rent, or that they drive over an hour just to find...
That's okay. We don't need to pretend that we're interested in like the early stuff where they throw people on while they try to like lubricate the proceedings for the interesting stuff. We don't need to regurgitate. We don't need to hear the same platitudes over and over. It's fine. Can you cover the Republicans attacking Tim Walz's son? Yeah, I probably will. I don't want to right now. That's like... That's a whole thing. All greased up and ready for T-Swift. Don't get your hopes up too high. Republicans are ghouls. Yeah, they're pretty evil. Do you think online dating apps are worthless? No. They're kind of like frustrating and dehumanizing sometimes, though. You see the MyPillow guy get into an argument with a literal child and lose? Yeah, I saw this.
That's in your state. You want to know more in your state? So they just found 257,000 votes. This happened last week. A judge ruled in Georgia that are missing from the 2020 election.
So
this just came out. You're behind. You should.
So your source is Trust Me, bro? That's your source?
The source. It's in your papers in Georgia. You need to read your news.
You haven't given me any last name.
You need to read your news. No, this is your Georgia news. This is your Georgia.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good day, sir.
I can't believe Mike Lindell shaved his mustache.
Will grow. So let's put childcare at the top of the agenda. Let's build a future worthy of our children. Let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Please welcome Colorado Representative Joe Neguse.
That's okay.
That's bizarre. That's all I can say. What is wrong with that picture? A lot.
Were there urinals? Any women sitting in urinals?
You know, I didn't look. I kind of went, kind of had a little tunnel vision in there.
What has happened to our world?
It's upside down. It's right now.
So I guess he's describing a gender-neutral bathroom.
This is the battle we're in. It's a spiritual battle of evil and good and nonsensical and the common sense. You know, we have all this. It's like a teeter-totter, but we're winning.
We probably need to lock these people up for their own good. Yeah, probably. I don't know. You know, I think another big sign of desperation from the RNC is that they used a lot of their speaker time to bring on candidates, you know? They were bringing on people who they wanted to win in purple districts. Whereas for the
that the American
DNC,
dream is dead, it is alive and well, and it will.
It's overwhelmingly been like existing representatives, you know what I mean? It comes across less desperate. This guy didn't make his tie very well.
How do we know that? How do I know that? Well, it's because
you want the
Kamala
in the
Harris
middle.
believes that college can be a ticket to the middle class, and she has fought to make it more affordable her entire career. As California Attorney General, she took down one of the biggest for-profit colleges, securing $1 billion, $1 billion for students who were defrauded. Alongside President Biden, she expanded Pell Grants and secured record funding for HBCUs. And Kamala Harris made public service loan relief a reality for teachers and first responders and firefighters and nurses and countless others across our land. Vice President Harris delivered before, and she will do it again. As president, she will build...
By the way, Marianne Williamson was blacklisted from the DNC, but Charlie Kirk wasn't. I mean, that makes sense in a way, right? Because all Charlie Kirk can really do in here is get into an argument or two before he gets hustled out. But Marianne Williamson, because she's closer and more adjacent, there might be like connections that they don't want her to make. I'm not sure. I don't really know why that would be. There might be some like personal grudge going on there. I'm not really sure.
Kamala Harris, the 47th President of the United States. Thanks so much. God bless. Thank you.
Donald Trump was on the Theo Vaughn podcast 2 days ago. The video got 8 million views. I don't know who Theo Vaughn is. I saw like a clip on Twitter of them talking about cocaine use.
Service my entire adulthood, over 27 years.
Seeing my mom work in the public service sector, it was actually inspiring me, and I'm like, she gives more to the community than she is for her own self.
As a single mother, I knew I wanted my daughters to have a better life than I did. So I said, you know, going to school will help me.
I would see her move like the bills to the side, but I know she was mounting. I know she was drowning in student loan debt.
And eventually my loans got to $800 a month. I paid it. I did what I was supposed to do. But I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be in debt until the day I die.
When the Biden-Harris administration first announced the public service loan forgiveness, and I'm wrestling to my mom, like, apply for this, apply for this.
Why are there so many fathers abandoning their kids? Because men are kind of awful. You know, one of the major causes of the disparity in women getting the kids after a divorce is because the man just doesn't want to have them. Like a lot of guys just really suck. I'm sorry. This is something you don't fully appreciate unless you're a bisexual, because if you're gay, you're locked in with them and you're only really interacting, like at least in a dating market, with other gay men. You know, if you're bisexual, you're gay enough to notice some stuff about men. A lot of them fucking suck. And not in an essentialist way. It's just they're genuinely just socialized to be fucking awful, you know? Did you see that discourse the other day where it was like some blue check grifter account being like, men can't read minds. If you want us to help out around the house, you have to tell us what to do. And it's like, motherfucker, there are dishes in the sink. You can see them too. Are you stupid?
Our party's not over, Chicago!
Everyone's favorite song. I know that because it's played on the radio a lot.
Say. To what?
The licensing fees. I mean, you know, if they paid for it, they got to use it.
I'm Chicago.
All right, that's enough. We play with the DMCA's enough. You all know the song. You can play it on YouTube if you want. A lot of white people rhythm on display here. Good. Let them live. How long before they bust out the Macarena? 50 states. Absolutely soulless pop music? Maybe. I don't know. I don't care enough about music to have an opinion over what's soulless or not soulless. Can't really say. Content ID gets kind of turned off for DNC. Yeah, tell that to me in the emails that I've been getting from YouTube. Why would you say that? do you not think I know? X video cannot be monetized because X video cannot be monetized. X video because you have a copyright claim on. You have a copyright. X video cannot be monetized because I know. I know. They're having fun. Oh, it's a different song. Nice. It is almost impossible to avoid flagging content ID with this. Vosh and X videos does sound nice. TBH, keep it in. Not anything I can do anyway, you know? Now that I'm a clothes guy, I have to keep them all on. What now?
Hailing from the Tar Heel State, home of Duke University and North Carolina Central University, I am Mayor Leonardo Williams from Durham, North Carolina. You know, several years ago, my wife Zweli and I started cooking for our community. We drove to schools, doctors' offices, just to give out a few samples. And eventually our friends asked, "Where's the restaurant, y'all?" But you know, it takes capital. It takes capital to chase a dream. And during the Trump administration, they did not make it easy. Not for folks like us. So what I thought was, I guess not everybody can have a multi-million-dollar loan from their father. So I'll tell you what we did. We emptied our savings, and in 2008, we launched Zweli's Kitchen, America's first Zimbabwean restaurant.
Really?
And
like the very first?
Administration helped make that a reality. They helped make that dream come true for entrepreneurs like us. Now, thanks to small business grants and all of the help that we received from them, we now have 3 locations, and we employ nearly 30 employees with a living wage. But we are not alone. Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, more than 500,000 business applications have been filed in North Carolina. Kamala Harris Harris is fighting to create an opportunity economy.
That's crazy.
That can break down barriers for entrepreneurs like us. And as president, she will support risk takers and problem solvers.
I'm not falling for your tricks, small business owner. You tried to get me with the heartfelt sob story about diversity and such. You're advertising your business. I see you. Clever. Tonight, the DNC has a bunch of Senate candidates, Arizona, Michigan. But the problem is all the RNC candidates were random business freaks who weren't current/former officers. Yeah, I guess I spoke, I guess, a bit hastily there. Not so much the lack of candidacy, but during the RNC, it really did feel like they were just desperately throwing candidates at us. You know what I mean? As opposed to, like, highlighting the political careers of people who were rising up. They were just like, yeah, here's a former Navy SEAL, whatever, man. He's gonna, like, defeat woke in like Colorado 4. He's gonna defeat woke. Go get him. You know, it's like, okay.
These. She knows that we are the backbone of our community, and when they succeed, we all succeed. Let's win this. Thank you.
Please welcome Illinois Representative Raja Krishnamurthy.
Hello.
America Against America. It's the title of a book by one of China's highest-ranking leaders, and it's how they think they'll win. They know the...
Sorry, 1 second. This is very important. Finally, after 500 years... in Civ 7, you can bring naval units into rivers? Why did it take them so long? Also, are they still doing the 1 unit per tile? Are they still adhering to that? Because all I played was Civ 4 before they implemented that, and Civ 5 sucked. Yes? Okay, I think that's dumb. You should be able to stack 500 axemen on 1 tile, so you can lose all of them to 6 catapults. Civ 5 didn't suck, you're insane. I actually should permanently ban you.
Kamala Harris tell us, when we fight, we win. Because Kamala Harris knows
you can stack up to 3 the same units in Civ 6. That's better.
Not American against American. She knows that when we fight as one country, we win. When we fight as one team, we win. Which is why when Kamala Harris wins in November, we win. Thank you so much.
Wouldn't that be
nice? We believe in a future where every person has the opportunity to build a business.
Really? No, I don't believe in that future, actually. Man, it really is crazy how all clothing is bad now. Jesus Christ, look at this. Nice, Pie. Hell yeah. We live in the dark timeline. Your thoughts on Anno 15? I haven't played it. I don't tend to play games like that. Civ 4 was just the game that I grew up on. What now?
Pennsylvania. Here's a real...
Do they just not teach people to do the dimple anymore?
In Pennsylvania.
I've always done the dimple.
What am I supposed to do if I can't afford diapers? In just 6 months, a box of diapers went up $15. The corporations say your prices are up only because their costs are up. They're selling you a lie. It's in the bag with the diapers. Prices are up because these corporations are scheming to drive them up. Most companies are good companies. It's the food conglomerates that sit behind the supermarkets, the faceless wholesalers. They're the ones who are extorting families at the checkout counter. This is greedflation. I've been fighting it a long time. So has Kamala Harris. And finally, we're starting to win. When Big Pharma jacked up the cost of insulin, we passed a bill to stop them. Now, for millions of Americans, it's capped at $35 a month. So that's one. I've been fighting to ban price gouging on food. And next year, when she's president, Kamala Harris will sign a bill to do just that. So that's another. And when corporations take advantage of a crisis, like toilet paper during the pandemic.
I really don't like the term greedflation because it implies that other inflation doesn't involve corporate greed. You know what I mean? Like, corporate greed is just one of the major causes of inflation. You know, sometimes it's more obvious than others, but that's just one of the things that literally, like, that's it's written into the economy, you know? It's like the corporatism capitalism thing, you know?
Let's go out and win this thing. Thank you.
No barbarians in SIS 7. Okay.
Please welcome Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Boo! Snake. Do we not like Elizabeth Warren here? No, she betrayed Bernie. I ain't clapping. Warren looks like she's gonna cry. Yeah, because since betraying Bernie, she's been, like, dead to the left, so this is the last time anyone gave a shit about her on stage. Stop being mean to her. Maybe she shouldn't have been mean to the revolution.
You know what I love best about Kamala Harris?
She's not
Harris
Bernie.
Can't be bought, and she can't be bossed around. Now, I first met Kamala in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. The banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings, their homes. Now, I was setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Go CFPB! Kamala was protecting families as California's Attorney General. You bet.
You bet.
And Donald was scamming students at Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes. Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families. And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor.
Wow. Wow.
You know what else I love about Kamala? She gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah. Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how, and basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers.
Which he doesn't pay, as I understand
But
it.
Kamala, she cares deep down, and she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions.
Sorry, speaking of 2020 presidential candidates, why is Amy Klobuchar the horniest person in the world, like ever? This is not the first time she's done this. Remember those shirtless firefighters? Put me in, coach, last night with the team. This is Tim Walls's football team. She's crazy. And she found the biggest one to put her arm over, too. I don't see it as horny. Dude, hold on. She has a penchant for also you don't? Good for her. Yeah. Remember this? She's great. Actually, Ilhan Omar was also at this event, which by the way, I should say, like, classic workers' clothes, because this was like a union event, right? So she's in like 1940s, like denim, like what do they call it, jumpsuit? You know, looking fantastic. It's great, you know.
This fight, I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures,
is that the Minnesota State Fair? Okay.
Is someone we can trust. So here
Shrug,
it is.
she likes to fuck. I'm not shaming her for it at all. I think it's great.
Hearts. Let's elect Kamala Harris the next president of the United States.
It's unironically her most endearing trait, you know what I mean? Like, she just, if there's just a bunch of hunks, she'll, like, Amy Klobuchar will just go over and take a picture with them, you know? Would it not make you relate to Tim Walz more if anytime he was at a state fair, there was, like, a cheesy photo of him, like, doing a double thumbs up next to, like, what do they call them? Not table girls, you know what I mean? They're usually at state fairs. They're there to look pretty. Cheerlead, not cheerlead, you know what I mean.
Let me see your hands up one time. I got a feeling.
Booth Babes? Yeah, Booth Babes, cocktail rig, whatever. Good night. Man, the licensing cost for the... I hope you all enjoyed hearing about Kamala Harris raising $250 million in one day, because that shit all went to the licensing rights. I actually wonder how many of these songs they were able to secure for free. You know, sometimes the rights to music are held by the actual artist and not by the production company, though that's rarer these days. And sometimes they'll be willing to hand it out for free if they support the cause. And sometimes the artist actually does have the ability to waive the production company's licensing fees if they personally... It depends on the contract, but it would be pretty cool if they were able to get a lot of these for free, you know? Does that pull from the same funding pool? I would have assumed the DNC and the Harris campaign were separate coffers. I'm pretty sure that the Harris campaign can spend on this. Like, the event is hosted by the Democrats, but it's to facilitate the campaign. So I assume there's a crossover. I don't know for sure though, but I assume there's a crossover in the viability of that spending. Abigail Thorne tried to secure rights for one David Bowie song. It took her half a year to locate the rights holder. Not to besmirch Abigail Thorne, but I have a feeling that if you run the Democratic Party of America, you can probably get in touch with people relatively quickly. You know what I mean? Like, they probably have more and better connections than any other group on Earth, you know? So I wonder. Not to besmirch, I'm just saying, like, I have a feeling that they're probably, you know, they have the power. Couch joke? Oh, did I miss a couch joke?
Healthcare, taxes, abortion. Trust Donald Trump and JD Vance to look out for your family? Shoot, I wouldn't let those guys, I wouldn't trust them to move my couch.
I'm glad they're leaning into it. Who's JD Vance? Who is that guy? I really hope we get some kind of resolution to the uncommitted thing. I doubt we will, but it would be nice if we did. In Minnesota, we have a state fair pageant to crown the dairy princess. The winner is competing to have a sculpture made out of them, a giant block of butter. I've heard about this, and that rules. 2010 Princess K of the Milky Way sits for a butter sculptor at the Minnesota State Fair. This rules. This is like deeply American, you know? This is how you preserve your culture. We'll get to you in a second, lady. Oh, I was hoping for like a gallery of photos. My grandma was that. Account 2 the best one. Your grandma was a butter queen? That rules. Neil Young gave Tim Walz the rights to rock in the free world. Nice. Ah, we have the Codex. And let me take a look at that suit jacket.
Before serving in Congress,
oh shit, guys!
And an Army
I think this
Ranger.
one might be better than most.
Over 100 combat missions in Iraq and Afghanistan taught me
The
what
sleeves
really,
are riding up quite a bit.
really makes America strong and secure. You see, it's not tough talk. It's not chest thumping. Because in war, talk is cheap. And trust me,
It's a bit plain. It doesn't matter if it's plain, you fucking troglodyte. What do you want, a rainbow coating? Jesus Christ. No. There's a roll on the lapel. Those usually have to be sewn in by hand. Also, the collar's staying, at least in this position. And we have contrast buttons, which usually signifies that it's a blazer,
our veterans, our
not a suit
allies,
jacket.
and our principles. In Chapter 4,
But yes, the sleeves are riding up quite a
Trump
bit.
plans to do Putin's bidding by abandoning Ukraine and walking away from our NATO allies. In Chapters 2 and 3, he plans to fire our national security and military professionals and then replace them with MAGA loyalists. But I refuse
Why is the tie
to
so
let
thin?
Trump's golf buddies
Okay, because wearing a blazer rather than a suit top and a skinny tie with skinny lapels are more classically American. It looks like he's wearing an Oxford shirt too. This is Ivy League style, like 1960s. You wear this button-down collar. It's meant to be less formal. Again, the sleeves are riding up, but that's why. It's a thing.
sacrifice. But we also know
Yeah, it's like Yale shit.
that it comes with a promise that America will have our back. Trump will break that promise. In fact, in Chapter 20 of Project 2025, he plans to slash veterans' benefits and then privatize VA health care. As a paratrooper, we learned that the leader of the unit jumps first, and then the others follow. Leaders always go
Like
first.
this person right here. That's the kind of style. That's the reminiscent.
Trump, he would push your son or daughter out of the plane and then abandon them when they come home. Our troops deserve a commander-in-chief who will always have their back. That leader is Kamala Harris.
Hey, Golden Percolator.
And together, we will make Kamala Harris our next commander-in-chief.
It's kind of hard to say. Poland is devilish.
President Joe Biden and I, along with our entire country, are grateful, deeply grateful to each and every one of you for your
Sailor Fuku. This is kind of dragging. It's the DNC. Listen, it's the last day, okay? It's the last day. Oh yeah, the American Olympic uniforms from Ralph Lauren were also done in the Ivy style. Hence the little polo not monogram, what is it called? Logo, the skinny ties and such.
Good evening. I'm Melissa Slotkin. I am honored to be your U.S. Senate nominee from the great state of Michigan.
Okay, here are the nominees.
Go blue, go green, my peeps from Michigan. My life in service began in New York City on September 11th. As the smoke cleared, I knew my career would be spent protecting the country we all love. I was recruited by the CIA and served 3 tours in Iraq alongside our military.
Yeah, yay.
I worked at
Just
the White
clap
House
for that, sure.
under presidents of both parties and as an acting assistant secretary of defense under President Obama. I want to talk tonight about national security because the choice in November is stark. America retreating from the world or leading the world. Trump wants to take us backwards. He admires dictators a lot. He treats our friends as adversaries and our adversaries as friends. But our vision is based on our values, the values that took us to the shores of Normandy and helped us win the Cold War. We believe America should inspire and lead at home and abroad. We recognize that it's not just about having a strong military, but about tackling global challenges like AI and climate change together. And guess what? That takes friends. You gotta have friends to do that. Vice President Harris understands our strength abroad is inextricably linked to our strength here at home. Our schools, a strong middle class, and the health of our democracy. So, for everyone here and everyone watching, I want you to proudly claim your patriotism. You are here because you love your country. Do not give an inch to pretenders who wrap themselves in the flag, but spit in the...
Okay, enough of that CIA shit. DNC has reaffirmed the uncommitted movement that there will be no Palestinian speaking tonight. Yep. Our press conference is beyond. Let's tune into that for a hot second, if we can. The uncommitted press conference. Can I get a link to that if somebody knows where it is? I'm looking. Uncommitted press conference. I don't see anything live on YouTube.
Among the Americans I proudly represent in Congress are the 4,400 cadets at West Point, my alma mater. Last year, I welcomed Vice President Harris when she delivered the commencement address.
Oh, hold on. Kamala Harris's campaign senior advisor on why...
At this convention, as you know, what a leader of the so-called uncommitted movement said today after they were denied a speaking slot for a Palestinian American. Watch this and then we'll discuss.
My dad taught me that the Democratic Party provided me and my community a voice at the table. And what has happened here at the Democratic National Convention undid all of that. I was just told that I don't have a voice here in this party.
You heard what she said. Is this going to potentially hurt Kamala Harris in a state like Michigan, which has a significant Arab American, Muslim American population?
Well, look, the vice president's proud to have engaged with the leadership of this movement, including in Michigan just a little while ago when she was visiting the battleground state there. They have a right to have their voice heard, and we've been proud in this convention to engage them through dedicated conversations and meetings and everything. But I think the really important thing to think about, too, is what is the vice president doing about it? She's working with President Biden, even in the middle of the political fanfare of a convention, to try to get to a deal, to try to end the war, to try to get to a permanent ceasefire, to try to protect the people who are suffering and who need humanitarian assistance, and to, of course, make sure Israel has a right to defend themselves. That is what she's focused on, and that is so different from what we could see from President Trump, who, when he was in the White House, all he did was foster chaos and division around the world, kiss up to dictators, abandon our allies. These are things that we can't afford to go back.
Reading between the lines, I don't think he knows. That would be my guess. He's the campaign manager for Harris. He doesn't run the DNC. I don't think he knows. I think that he's waffling here. But I think I don't think he can waffle. I don't think he can do anything but waffle because he doesn't have any more information to expand on. Not that he would necessarily provide it, but that would be my guess. My guess is that the decision to prevent a Palestinian from speaking at the DNC is coming from the DNC. And that Harris's campaign, while it has a lot of influence, obviously don't run like the entire party. Of course they don't. Biden is the president and he doesn't run the entire party. I'm not sure. That would just be my guess. And I'm not trying to say that to like absolve the Harris campaign of fault. Not even remotely. That's just the vibe that I'm getting from this.
And so when it comes to tonight, when she'll speak to the country, she'll talk about the kind of global leadership that she would bring to the White House, including on the war in the Middle East.
So why was a Palestinian American denied a speaking slot tonight?
Well, I think that we've given them a lot of opportunities to engage in this process at the convention. People have had dedicated panels, for example, during the daytime programming here at the convention to talk about these issues. We're, of course, continuing to engage with the group and make sure that, that the vice president's position on this issue is heard and that their voices are heard and reflected in our convention.
Ian Sams, thanks very much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf.
And coming up, we'll talk.
Yeah, I don't think he can say because I don't think he knows. That's my guess. That's my guess. Okay, we're doing a dance party. Gotcha. Streaming the press conference.
And I will not give up on Vice President Kamala Harris. I will not give up on the uncommitted voters. I will not even give up on Joe Biden. The way we get a unified party is to secure a ceasefire. Secure the ceasefire. And let us unite the party to defeat Donald Trump. What you have unleashed here using the tactics of our civil rights tradition has proven to work over time. Dr. King says that the arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Keep bending the arc with your will, with your integrity. But whatever you do, beloved, don't give up. We will leave here united to unite the party, to secure a ceasefire, and you have more people with you than you have against you. I love you all. We love you all. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your brilliance. Thank you for all that you've done to shine a light on this moment. This is a watershed moment. There are more with you than there are against you. And we're with you. God bless.
I just want to name specifically before introducing the legend, Jim Zogby. we had an outpouring of support from elected officials. Local elected officials across the country have reached out. Federal elected officials like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and Cori Bush and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Delia Ramirez and Maxwell Frost and Brandon Johnson and Ayanna Pressley and Congresswoman Jayapal and Ro Khanna and so many others. Greg Casar was here earlier. The outpouring of support has been tremendous.
I don't know if we're gonna get anything from this. Man, I wonder how much they know, or if they've been shut out entirely. I just want to know if the reason why they're not letting a Palestinian on is due to some specific disagreement or breakdown in communication that we could get information on, or if they've been fully stonewalled by the DNC with, like, no information provided. I wish I knew if they knew, you know? Could it be a logistical thing? No, I mean, no, they would make it happen. They are capable of making it happen if they want to make it happen. That'd be my guess too, Annie, but you know.
Kamala Harris spoke to me that day about unity and passing bills.
We know the Dems are shit. Why are you implying other circumstances? I'm not saying the Dems aren't shit. We know the Dems are shit. I just want to know these circumstances, right? I want to know why and for what reason they're shit. Because I think it is strategically beneficial for them to go forward with the woman and the speech that was proposed by the Uncommitted campaign. You know? I think that would be better for them.
The White House to confront violent hatred, running against a man who said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people. I see a candidate who has sought to reform and uphold the law, and a man who wrongly assumes his mugshot appeals to black Americans. I work with Kamala Harris.
Yeah, exactly. The UAW is also demanding they bring a Palestinian speaker on, you know? Like, there's a lot of pressure on them for this, and they're just completely flubbing it with basically no communication, you know? It's not good politics. That and the fact that they got rid of the Tennessee trio, the Justins, I just,
for claims that migrants were taking black jobs. Well, in November, we're going to show him when blacks do their job. And we are going to join with whites and browns and Asians.
Oh, he's mute. Al Sharpton. He's been a bald-faced grifter for ages. Oh, sure. Yeah, 100%. But at least he knows how to use a pocket square.
Tonight we are going to realize Shirley Chisholm's
Better suit
dream.
than most. See the shaping? Nice three-dimensional shaping right here.
52 years ago, I was one of the youth directors in her campaign for president. And 52 years after she was told to sit down, I know she's watching us tonight as a black woman stands up to accept the nomination for President of the United States. We have fought too hard for women to be told to get out of the kitchen. We are now on our way to the Oval Office. We won't go back. We fought hard. We fought hard for LGBTQ loved ones to get out the closet. We won't go back.
Don't remind me of it, Jason.
We fought hard for the right to choose, the right to education. We suffered and died and bled bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back.
I'm still huffing hopium that something's gonna happen. Do you think like they're gonna pull up the ghost of Yasser Arafat or something? Like they're gonna the surprise guest isn't like Taylor Swift or whatever. It's actually like the current head of Hamas. It's the Ayatollah.
So we must be committed, no matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what the amount of money they have. We are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we vowed tonight we won't go back. This November, we will go forward to fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation.
This might be top suit of the DNC so
transition,
far,
I'm a preacher. And in Psalms it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. We've endured January 6th. We've endured conspiracy theories. We've endured lies and areas of darkness. But if we stay together, black, white, Latina, Asian, Indian American, if we stay together, joy, 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 joy coming in the morning.
Grifter or not, he's still a good speaker.
So now, since I was a teenager, I was mentored by Reverend Jesse Jackson. And Reverend Jackson taught us to fight for what's right. And now I want to bring out some young men that I fought for. I referred to them then. They were known as the Central Park Five. Now they are the Exonerated Five. Raymond Santana, Kevin Richardson, Yusef Salam, Corey Weiss, the Exonerated Five.
Oh, damn. Oh. Damn, that's like right out of history, dude. Jesus Christ. Where's the fifth? There are actually 6 involved, right? Look, it's been a while, okay? Look, Al Sharpton was one of the 5, okay? They don't want you to know this.
Good evening, people.
Hello.
My name is Corey Wise. 35 years ago, my friends and I were in prison for a crime we did not commit. Our youth was stolen from us. Every day as we walked into courtroom, people screamed at us, threatened us because of Donald Trump. He spent $85,000 on a full-page ad in the New York Times, calling for our execution.
Crowd waiting, like, do we boo here? Yeah.
We were innocent kids, but we served a total of 41 years in prison. Reverend Al Sharpton stood with us. Now, I'm proud to stand with him today. Vice President Kamala Harris has also worked to make things fairer. I know she will do the same as president. Now, approve that message.
I love these guys. These are my brothers. These are my brothers. Yes, indeed. America. I am Yusuf Salaam.
Wait, Trump called for these men to be lynched? Executed, but yes.
A New York City councilman representing my hometown of Harlem. That's right.
Trump still doesn't apologize for this, by the way.
Man. Representing my hometown of Harlem, USA. And listen, as my friend Corey Wise just said, 45 wanted us unalived. He wanted us dead. Today, we are exonerated because the actual perpetrator confessed and DNA proved it. That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict.
It rhymed, guys.
He dismisses the scientific evidence rather than admit he was wrong. He has never changed, and he never will.
I like this guy's coat. You should.
That man thinks that hate is the animating force in America. It is not. We have the constitutional right to vote. In fact, it is a human right. So let us use it. I want you to walk with us. I want you to march with us. I want you to vote with us. And together, and let me tell you, this is going to be so beautiful. And together, on November 5th, we will usher in Kamala Harris and Tim Walz into the White House. So I want to do this. When I say when they, I want you to say see us. When they, see us. When they, see us. When they see us, America will finally say goodbye to that hateful man. We will say what I have said after 7 long years on wrongful incarceration. Free at last. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Somebody in chat asked why nobody grills Trump on this. They have. He literally just keeps defending calling for their execution. Like over and over for his entire life, for 30 years. He does not care. Yeah, from falsely accused to talking at the DNC. Can you imagine?
Our country is built on justice, and people's lives, as we just heard, can be harmed when we fail to do justice. But Kamala Harris fights to do justice. No one knows that better than the prosecutors who fought alongside her. These are their stories.
All right, I need to piss. Win better.
I'm Amy Resner. I was a colleague in the courtroom when my friend Kamala tried one of her first cases and made the prosecutor's promise for the people. For Kamala, practicing law was always about protecting the vulnerable and giving the victims a voice. women who were sexually assaulted, children who were mistreated and sexually abused. She helped them navigate their nightmares and demand justice for their injuries. And she did it all with grit and grace, intelligence and heart. She was a remarkable prosecutor, and she will be a remarkable president.
Survivors of sexual assault struggle to be heard over the cacophony of...
As they apparently continue to be. You better have washed your hands, always. So apparently the surprise guest is meant to be Beyonce. That's what people are saying, right? Multiple people in chat linked. Apparently TMZ is reporting that. I just got a text. Please do not click away from this important message. How would you click? It's a phone. In just a few hours, Kamala Harris will address the nation as the Democratic Party's nominee for President of the United States. Something, $20. Yeah. I know. Probably final update on the uncommitted snub. 6:30 deadline is passed. Yeah, it really sucks. Wow, you're huge.
Kamala Harris during the Great Recession to protect homeowners from foreclosure. As Attorney General of California, Kamala met thousands of people on the verge of losing
nice
their
meme,
homes
Hertzberg. Still a
and
fake
their
link.
faith
I
in the
sentenced
American
you to a
dream.
permanent 1-minute mute.
She demanded big banks provide
I can't
mortgage
mute Ross.
relief to allow families to stay in their homes. She stood her ground, and together, we prevailed. For as long as I have known her, Kamala Harris has always taken principled positions and never wavered. Thanks to
Hold on.
Thank you. For it's ABC. There's been a lot of talk about unity this week, so why won't y'all allow a Palestinian speaker to address the convention? And by simply saying that...
This is during one of the day panels, I assume earlier today? It's 5 p.m. PT, so it's 7 p.m. over there. Yeah, it could have been earlier today.
Trump would be worse for Arab Americans. Is that not the campaign taking their votes for granted?
No, we're absolutely not taking their votes for granted. I think as it relates to uncommitted delegates at this convention, we're proud and glad that they are here. We've worked to engage them throughout the convention. We're proud of the fact that we held panel conversations with members of the uncommitted movement. We're proud that the Vice President herself engaged with leadership in the uncommitted movement in Michigan a couple of weeks ago. That's why the campaign has continued to engage with leadership of the uncommitted movement throughout this convention. And I think what they will see, what folks who continue to demonstrate and protest will see, is a Vice President, what has already been clear, and what they'll continue to see for the rest of this campaign, is a Vice President who is committed to ending the violence, ending the conflict, making sure that we resolve this conflict.
This is exactly what the other guy said. Yeah, but this guy said it first. And also, he's speaking for the DNC.
Permanent ceasefire that allows Israel to fully secure itself.
Nothing. Useless. Useless.
Predatory for-profit chain. They defrauded more than 500,000 students and burdened us with loans we could never repay. Then,
If only he
Kamala
had
Harris
taken a
stepped
class
in.
on not buttoning the bottom
As Attorney
button
General
of his
of
jacket.
California, she stuck up for students. She prosecuted Corinthian, and as Vice President, she stuck with us. As we fought and we organized for debt relief, the Biden-Harris administration
Yeah, he's
came
got a
in,
Palestinian
canceled
flag.
all Corinthian student debt,
Pin.
and gave us back our futures.
My name is Tristan Snell, and I prosecuted Trump University. I interviewed over 100 victims of Trump's fraud, a retired police sergeant, an Iraq veteran with PTSD, a mother caring for her son with special needs. They trusted Trump. They believed that he would teach them his secrets and make their American dreams come true. But all they got was credit card debt and a fake diploma. Some lost their life savings, some lost their homes. Donald Trump ripped off his biggest fans and made $5 million in profit. Kamala Harris fought scammers like him. And as president, she will continue to fight for you, for us, for the people.
Please welcome Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey.
For the people. Those three words define the role of a prosecutor. To serve not only our clients in the courtroom, but our community and our country. To give people a sense of security and safeguard the principles that hold our nation together. To stand up to abusers and bullies, and stand up for the voiceless and the vulnerable. In other words, exactly what Kamala Harris has done her whole life. When she was DA, mothers of children who'd been murdered, whose cases had gone cold, would come to her office saying, "I'll only speak to Kamala," because they knew she would listen, because they knew she would help them find justice. And she did. That's the Kamala Harris I know. A few weeks ago in Massachusetts, I watched a little girl meet the vice president. Her eyes were so wide, as open as the future. Kamala asked her about the summer, her basketball camp, and what position she likes to play. The little girl said to her, "Anything but defense." Kamala put her hand on her shoulder and replied, "Me too. I love offense." That's
Bazinga.
what it means to be for the people. Kamala Harris fights for all Americans. She stays on offense and she wins. And I know that she'll fight with the same passion, the same determination as President of the United States. I can't wait to see her prosecute the case against Donald Trump on the debate stage in September. We face a stark choice in this election: a felon and con man, or a dedicated prosecutor. The contrast between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is clear. He obstructs justice. She upholds it. He swindles people. She serves them. He thinks he's above the law. She actually understands the law.
I thought you was about to say Kamala Harris actually is above the law. Okay, so Rashida Tlaib is rebroadcasting and agreeing with Mehdi Hassan's accusation that the DNC is lying about the circumstances of them denying Rua the right to speak at the DNC. That's pretty bad. Hello.
Please welcome survivor and advocate Courtney Baldwin.
Good evening, Chicago. I'm Courtney Baldwin.
Can I be honest with you guys? I really don't like the term survivor in the context of people being referred to as rape survivor, because, and I know why it happened. It happened because people don't like the use of the term victim, because then it's like, well, I don't want to be identified as a victim. Like, I feel like a victor in many other elements of my life. And I feel like the only reason that's a thing is because there was a concerted effort by like right-wing culture warriors to make the word victim a dirty word. You know what I mean? Like, being a victim of something isn't a moral statement or a statement of character. It's only a statement that you were subjected to a bad thing. You know what I mean? It feels like we kind of lost the ground. Like, because now it's like, if you say a person's a victim, it's like, okay, do you mean like something bad happened, or do you mean that they have like that mentality? You know what I mean? And that already, I feel like is seated ground. I think that's really fucked up, right, from the get-go. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that if you use the term rape survivor, you're bad. That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying that it seems like it's a consequence of a linguistic shift that was pretty fucked, like one level removed. You know what I mean?
And she still gives me hope.
Yeah, because people say, like, I don't want to be a victim. And it's like, wait, what does that mean? If a bad thing happened to you, you are a victim of the bad thing. What is the implication that being a victim means that you're, like, I don't know, a whiny bitch who's playing it up? You know what I mean? That's not what the word means. But it seems like a lot of people act like that's what the word means, and I don't get it.
It's just like opening an oven. I work on the light rail. It's a good way to tackle the climate crisis.
It's the last
but the clock is ticking.
Climate change is one of the
Why do we need to actually you're a victim? I'm not actuallying anything. I'm only saying it's an undeniable linguistic shift, and I think it's okay to be to like acknowledge it, to point it out. I'm not telling anyone. You can say whatever you want about yourself. I don't care. I'm not policing any terminology. I'm only saying that I think it's dumb that people say stuff like, I don't want to be a victim, because that's not how the word works, and it feels like we're ceding that ground and implying there's something morally compromising about being one, which there isn't.
To big oil and completely tramples the middle class. Trump would gut clean energy jobs like mine. This work gives us security and economic freedom. Trump would rip that away. Kamala Harris sees
It comes from I don't want to play the victim. Yeah, but have you ever wondered how it's... Oh, thank you, Bull Cypher. I'll do donation soon. Have you ever not wondered how it's kind of weird that we say I don't want to play the victim in circumstances where a person is objectively the victim? You know what I mean? Like, something bad will happen to a person and they'll be talking about it and they'll be like, well, I don't want to play the victim. You are! That's what we're talking about, you know? It's okay that you're not playing the victim. In this situation, you objectively are, you know? There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's wrong that it happened, but whatever.
Please welcome.
It's not about morality. It's just that victim is an inherently disempowering label. I disagree. No, see, I think you're assuming the point. I disagree. I don't think it's inherently disempowering, you know? I think that's something we like accepted, or it got pushed or whatever. I don't think it implies weakness at all. It's just that a bad thing happened to you, you know? But okay, whatever. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was C-tier bait on Twitter. Why are you acting like I'm sorry. I just don't think these things are that controversial or insightful when I say it. I'm just expressing my opinion on a linguistic shift. Why are you being weird?
Hanu. In my Keris language, greetings, friends and family. My name is Kresh Turquoise, and I'm from the Turquoise clan. 35 generations ago, my ancestors built lives in the high desert of New Mexico. I am on this stage tonight because of them. While fishing with my dad and running through the desert with my cousins, I learned that we have a responsibility to take care of our planet. Donald Trump never learned that lesson. He called the climate crisis a hoax. He made it easier for big companies to poison our air and water. An American
president must lead the world in tackling climate change. We need a president who understands that assignment. That's Kamala Harris. I know her record. She held polluters accountable for spilling oil into the San Francisco Bay. She defended President Obama's Clean Power Plan in court. And as vice president, she cast the tie-breaking vote for the most ambitious climate action plan in our nation's history.
Now that I think about it, there hasn't been that much talk about the environment, has there? Yeah, well, most people don't vote on it because most people are fucking idiots. It's like global death. Like the Reaper approaches Earth. But for most people, it's just like the border and inflation, like genuinely.
Southwest. We all have a role in protecting our Earth for future generations. So let's all be fierce and let's make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you.
It's an election year, and both parties are battling to...
Dems don't care about the environment. I disagree. I think the Dems care about the environment on the same level that you would get from, like, I don't know, a median liberal European party, I guess, which is that they think it's important and they talk about it, but it's not like, you know, they're not going to do anything that's too anti-corporate. Republicans, like the mainstream Republican position is flat out climate change denialism. That's something unique to the Republican Party. I think more so than basically any other part on earth. Even reactionary parties in Europe, you know, are varying levels of aware or acknowledging of climate change. The Republicans flat out do not believe in it. They're like anti-acknowledgement of climate change. It's crazy.
Back on when it's all over with.
We went to Vegas, where union workers are building a...
Yeah, remember, Project 2025 includes making it illegal to reference climate... not making it illegal. Removing mentions of climate change from the books. Like, on the federal level. Like, just making it so you can't talk about it. You know, as recently as George H.W. Bush believed in climate change, this is relatively new shit from them. Yeah, oh no, yeah, 100%, yeah. The like... hyper crazy evangelical climate change denialism stuff is relatively recent. Yeah. Obviously George H.W. wasn't like an ally of the environment or whatever, but they weren't always this crazy. Why this shift? Evangelicals. That's the main reason. Evangelicals. The Republican base, as it's leaned further and further right relative to the median on social issues, have leaned in more on the evangelical narrative, which is that the world is ending anyway. So any climate change that is happening is just the rapture approaching. It was also the easiest way to thread the needle with oil companies. And hello, person in my shirt.
Hello, America. Thank you to the workers that make this convention happen.
A very nice shirt.
Let's never forget how essential all of our labor is. I come from Appalachia. We kept the lights on in this country for generations.
Notice the cuff in the sleeves.
But the wealth made by our broken backs and our black lungs never did trickle down. And Washington listened to rich men demanding that we stick with dirty energy at any cost. Across the country, working class people are looking for a political home.
That's the first store shirt. Nope.
Of both parties putting profit above people. Now, Trump, a billionaire, says that he'll take on the elites.
Both parties.
But then he promises handouts to big oil, and he punches down at anyone with the guts to be different. But populism that insists we are too different to get along, is just divide and conquer by a different name.
Wait, where are we going with this?
There's another sort of populism with roots in this party that we in West Virginia know well. They called us rednecks back in the 1920s because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage.
I think he's hiding his power level. Anyone with this haircut
right now, it is our choice to build on this progress.
is a communist.
And to create a political home for the mass of working Americans fighting for control
Or
over
racist,
their government,
but I think he's a
their
communist.
workplaces, and their planet. And it is our moment to live up to. Let's get after it. Thank you very much.
That's good. That's good. And by that, I mean that shirt. It's a nice shirt.
Don't know why, but I feel like
When Artiva students passed one of the first climate justice policies in our nation, Vice President Kamala Harris showed
Zoomer
up.
bowling shirt trend. Not a bowling shirt.
Initiatives
A work
because
shirt.
she
A Pearl Snap
believes
work
in
shirt.
us.
That.
Last year, my dad retired after spending more than 30 years working at one of our country's most polluting power plants. Donald Trump doesn't care about people like my dad. I know.
Who was he? They didn't even show a name. Yeah, that's how you know he's a true proletarian, right? He disappears and he emerges then disappears, just like that. You don't need to know his name. He's the working man. Yeah, Joe Plumber.
Please welcome Florida Representative Maxwell Frost.
Hey, I know this guy.
I'm Maxwell Alejandro Frost, and I'm proud to be the first member of my generation in Congress. I'm also proud to represent Central Florida. You might expect me to talk about how climate change will impact our future. But as a Floridian, as a Florida man, I'm here to tell you that the climate crisis isn't some far-off threat. It is here. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance think they can divide us by saying this crisis is some type of hoax. But I've walked the streets of communities that have been forced to rebuild after hurricane flooding destroyed their homes. I've heard the stories of immigrant farm workers made to work in horrid conditions exacerbated by this crisis. And I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with our movement and with organizing and an administration that cares, we are making progress.
I'm sorry. The DNC social media manager watching the Taylor Swift Beyonce.
Tackling this.
Shut up. Sunrise, a surprise appearance, speculation tweets pouring while Lin-Manuel Miranda warms up. Can you imagine?
Build strong communities. And we must always remember that peace is essential to our climate and war destroys our environment. This election is about every drop of water that we consume and every breath we breathe. Fighting the climate crisis is patriotic. And unlike Donald Trump, our patriotism is more than some damn slogan on a hat. It's about actually giving a damn about the people who live in this country. Because when you love somebody, you want them to have clean air. When you love somebody, you want them to have safe drinking water. And when you love somebody, you want them to have a dignified job. And so, America, it's simple. Let's get to work and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for our planet, for our future, for our present, and for our people. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all are
That was a good tight five. He speaks pretty. He speaks pretty well. He did something that disappointed me recently. What was it? Was it something Zionist? Was he a Zionist? Was it something else? Why can't someone sacrifice their speaking time for a Palestinian like Marlon Brando did for Native Americans? Because the Secret Service would shoot them. This isn't the Oscars. It's the DNC. He's kind of weird in Israel, I think. Yeah. I don't actually think the Secret Service would shoot them, to be clear. No, he's been called anti-Semitic? Okay, well, he's a land of contrasts. Would be dope if they brought on Justin Pearson. They were going to, and now they're not. They took him off. I think it's because of Palestine. I think it's because they thought that Justin Pearson would have spoken about it. Too base to bring him out? Yeah, unironically. Yeah. Yes, I've heard that the guest is going to be Beyonce. So I think that the main thing we've learned thus far today from the DNC is how much, like, a good shirt can really bring out an outfit, you know? Like a good button down. The presenter has, like, a nice poplin work shirt. That last guy had a nice, like, pro snap work shirt.
Man, what a great honor it was to represent Team USA and go out there and win that gold.
Sports ball. I'm homosexual. Our delegates will not enter the arena to take their places. Well, yeah, of course. That's their delegates. Maybe Bruel will actually speak. No. The uncommitted movement has delegates. They're meant to be there. It doesn't mean anything.
And belief in our country. Making sure families can be taken care of during their most precious times. I got to visit Kamala with my team in the White House last year, and I can tell you one thing I knew then, and I definitely know now. The Oval Office suits her well. So in the words of Michelle Obama, do something. Go vote. Be active. Let's show out in November like never before. It's been an honor for me to represent our country. It's an honor to...
According to his wiki, Maxwell Frost supports unconditional military aid to Israel. Huh. Mors Fide, I don't know, man. I'm not behind the scenes. I can't really say. I wish they would.
Good evening, America. And hello, sweet home Alabama.
What do you think about this? Not looking so good for AOC. I have a rule when it comes to judging people, especially politicians, and it's that I don't think you can really judge a politician for who they take their photo ops with at an event. You know what I mean? As somebody who has been, like, met a lot of people who were in line to take a photo with me at a few events, sometimes I'm like flashbang noise in ears staring in the distance. I genuinely, like, one of you motherfuckers one of these days could have, like, a totem kampf on your shirt and take the picture with me, and I would just be like, I would just be thinking about how I get to take my shoes off at the hotel soon. and I wouldn't even notice. I wouldn't even notice it, you know? So I'm not saying she didn't notice this. I'm just saying that this isn't, like, to me, this, unless it's something extremely egregious, it's not something that's, like, that I'm jumping to attack people over. And in this case, it's like, oh, this person was a Sergeant Itae Chen, was an IDF soldier killed in combat. Then why does it say bring him home now if he was killed in combat? I don't know. Like, who was this processing? How problematic was their death? I don't know.
And that's why she will sign into law the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Act once it is introduced again by Congresswoman Terry Sewell.
Male fashion is so over. Here? He looks fine.
Listen, America, a California poet named Kendrick Lamar recently reminded us that sometimes we gotta pop out and show them. Well, America, it's time we pop out and vote. It's time we pop out from California to Alabama and all across America, and we show them that we are not going back, we are going forward, and we are going
This guy looks familiar to me.
Roll Tide. Let's go win this thing.
Win on that thing. Why does this guy look familiar to me? Hawk tour the polls and vote on that thing.
As I close out my segment tonight, I got to send a quick message. Madrecita querida, I love you. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz understand what everyday Americans are going through because unlike Donald Trump, they actually grew up in families where every dollar mattered, where everything was earned and nothing was handed to them. Our next speaker knows something about that too. Please welcome my dear friend, our fellow Texan, our next senator, Representative Colin Allred.
You don't need to know women's fashion to see how poorly that dress fits. Actually, I think her dress fits quite nicely. There are styles of women's dress. They're not bodysuits. They're meant to like conjure a certain silhouette.
All right.
Nice.
Hey, everybody. I'm Colin Allred, a congressman from Dallas, dad to 2 perfect little boys. And this November, I'm going to beat Ted Cruz.
Good luck.
And I'm so proud to be here to support our next president, Kamala Harris. You know, like Kamala, I was...
Yeah, the odds on that one are not great. Okay. Last poll has Cruz up 2 points, but the poll before that has Cruz up 8 points. But we also don't really have any recent polling. This one is the only poll that's, like, recent, you know? Winnable, perhaps. It is true that Ted Cruz does not have as strong of a hold on his seat as you would expect for his level of prominence.
In Congress. Now I'm the guy who's going to turn Texas' Senate seat blue.
It was like that with Beto, but he still lost.
NFL,
yeah, but he was an idiot. He was anti-gun.
Trump and my opponent, Ted Cruz. Me guys. You know the type. Talk a big game, only care about themselves, but you don't want to be stuck with them at a barbecue. The truth is, America has never been about me. As President Obama said, the single most powerful word in our democracy is the word we. We the people. We shall overcome. Yes, we can. And we've got a message for the me guys. We is more powerful than me. We will protect and restore reproductive freedom. We will secure the border. We'll protect Medicare and Social Security. And we'll turn the page and write a new chapter for this country. And let Kamala Harris be the next president and beat Ted Cruz. Thank y'all so much.
It's not impossible that Ted Cruz has done a lot to earn the disfavor of his constituency. I don't know, maybe. That'd be pretty cool. You know, Ted Cruz is one of the, he's not like an inner circle Republican, and but he's definitely a higher profile one. It would be a pretty big sign of weakness if he lost a Senate seat. Not to mention we would get a Senate seat. Wouldn't it be nice if it wasn't 50-50? Keep in mind right now that in the current,
I'm Anya Cook. This is my husband, Derek, and our daughter, Anaya. 2 years ago, a miscarriage nearly killed me. At 16 weeks, my doctors told me to prepare for a stillbirth. I needed care. But my state's abortion restrictions kept it from me. I miscarried in a bathroom. I'll never forget my husband's face as he tried to stop the bleeding, trying to do what doctors should have been doing. When I reached the hospital, I'd lost nearly half the blood in my body. I can't change the past, but we can choose a different future.
How do you even live half your
I'm Craig Sicknick, and this is my mother, Gladys. My brother was a U.S. Capitol Police officer, Brian Sicknick, a hero who died after defending our country on January 6th. My family knows how dangerous Trump is. He incited the crowd while my brother and his fellow officers were putting their lives at risk. We need a real leader, not an autocrat who is stuck in the past. Brian, we miss you every day.
I'm Gail DeVore. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 11. Stressing about insulin cost has been a constant in my life. President Biden and Vice President Harris have moved mountains to help. Medicare can finally negotiate prescription drug prices. Insulin is capped at $35 for Medicare recipients.
Probably a fellow type 1. She said type 1.
When elected, Kamala Harris plans to extend that cap to the rest of us. That's the future I want. That's the future I am voting for.
I'm Lonnie Romero, owner and CEO of Mothership Coffee in Las Vegas. I put in work to build my business. When COVID hit, this administration's support kept us moving. I hired staff and we grew. We've more than doubled in size since the pandemic, and it's just not us. Over the last 4 years, 19 million new business applications have been filed. Like Trump, I grew up in Queens, but unlike him, I built my business with grit. That's my story. That's the American story. Let's turn the page on Trump.
I'm Eric Fitz.
The Blue Crew.
And these are my sons, Christian and Carter. I always try to set an example for my boys, to teach them compassion, accountability, and resilience. I want those values to be reflected in our leaders. I don't want to have to turn off the TV because our president is lobbing insults or telling lies. I'm tired of all of the hate. It's time to move forward together and build a country our kids can be proud of.
So anyway, this poll is insane. July, Trump is up Biden on up on Biden by 5 points. Today, Harris is up on Trump by 8 points. That's wild. I don't think that's representative, but it's fun that they had it. You know, it's fun to look at. Okay, so the point that I was making with the Senate is that in terms of the races that we actually care about, like the swing ones, you know, we have Montana and Ohio. If Ted Cruz lost in Texas, that would be huge. We need to win both of the tightly contested ones right here in order just to keep the Senate 50-50. And a 50-50 Senate goes to the president because the vice president is the tiebreaker. They're playing music? Okay, cool. So it's the main thing we want is just that, to keep the 50-50 at least, you know? Though, because bipartisanship isn't actually a thing, there's not really that much of a benefit to getting more than 50, you know? Having the VP around, I mean, sometimes you have absences or whatever, but like the next threshold you would want to meet would be having 60, so that way you can get around the the filibuster, and we're not getting 60 unless they axe the filibuster. Yeah, well, they're pussies, so you know, probably not. What about assholes like Manchin and Cinema? Thankfully, oh great, sure, fucking. Cinema isn't running again, and Manchin is the only one who can win in his seat, but Manchin's also not running right now, right? Manchin running right now? Doesn't he have until 2026? Am I misremembering? Yeah, Manchin's seat will be red. Oh, no, right here. Yeah. Incumbent not running for re-election in 2024. Yo, one of my percussion students is on stage right now. Really? Cool. That bop.
Party's not over, Chicago!
Well, we know this music is personally approved for use.
Help me sing it out nice and loud. Y'all ready to get down and party with me one time? DNC say!
Everyone in the crowd smiled when they censored it. Did you see that? A wave of smiles because they're yeah. All right. What music can you not put on? Don't worry your pretty little head about it, okay? It's all good. We were vibing. You would just want to vibe? I mean, we're going to get Beyonce later, apparently. You guys want to hear something fucked up? I got the Mersby Schwanen 1950s style loop wheel shirt because they happened to have it at a local store, and I brought it home for the customary first wash, and it horrendously deformed in the wash, even though I did it correctly. Cold cycle, low spin, so on and so forth. After I tried it on, the right side was like warped and twisted horribly. There's no fixing that once it happens. Really unfortunate. You did not do it. No. I did it correctly. Trust me. It some freak accident, possibly a weakness in the construction for that specific one, or maybe it's snagged in the wash. I'm genuinely not sure. So it ruined, and I had to throw it out. I went back today to get it again, you know, because I really want the shirt, and I was talking about it to the guy at the cash register. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'll give you a discount on this one." I was like, wait, no. I wasn't trying to like, you know, pitch for sympathy here or anything. I was just, you know, yapping. And he's like, no, you know, it really sucks that you're first. It's one thing about nice clothing outlets is that they really want you to like them, you know? Like, it's not like going to a fucking Macy's where everyone there hates themselves and you, and they're just there for 6 months before the turnover. You know, if you go to a boutique, usually they're a lot more committed to making sure they keep your business. You should have gotten a refund. No, because it wasn't the fault of the store. It's not covered by the refund policy. How that Bruno Mars though? Is this Bruno Mars?
And if this is your first convention, let me hear you make some noise.
Wait, what are you talking about? Black people are allowed to be political and capitalist. White people are not. Those Taylor Swift rumors were highly exaggerated because it's all a lot of white supremacists seem to think left wing equals. But what? What? I'm not even. Fuck, they escaped the cave. I'm not touching this one. Well, since we're taking a moment anyway, I really do like this shirt. This one's from Ironheart. I showed it earlier, but let me be happy, okay? Will you let me be happy? Look, it's naturally cropped. I know I'm wearing like the same color shirt and shorts, except in different tones, which isn't, you know, which isn't like fashionable. But massive faux pas. It's a very nice shirt. It's tighter than I expected. I think it'll do well as like a strong thermal layer. I think I might go one size up for if I get another one from that company in this size. Do you tumble dry? Loop wheel shirts? God no. You air dry those. You gotta air dry those. I like the heathering. That's the word. Yes, the heathering. Respectfully, it looks like a regular shirt. Does it have any special qualities? It's loop wheeled, so it was woven in a single tube knit, which means that there's a lot of tension from the outside in rather than there being a seam on the sides, which is very comfortable. It's really soft. Its construction and shape is really nice and sort of comfortable, and it feels good to wear. Fix your collar, young man. I'm keeping my neck warm. I've got the AC on. There's no seam? Yeah, it's just one. It was all woven in a big tube. No, there's no seam. Oh, wait, there is a seam. There is a seam. What does it mean? Ironheart 6.5. Tube construction, but XL and XXL do have side seams. The bastards! They don't have the XL and XXL loop wheel machines. They don't make the tubes big enough. They got me. It's still incredibly comfortable. Got my ass. Such is life. Unironically, fat phobia. Those machines are big and expensive. They can only make like a foot of cloth an hour or whatever the fuck. It's literally this. And you just cut off the shirt. Like you literally, you harvest the tube by cutting it at the right point. Weren't we watching something? They're just playing music. They're just playing the music. That's sick. Well, yeah, it's actually more shirts used to be made this way, but it's way more efficient and fast to make them the way we do these days. I'll link it again, Extension Grass. Having fun up there? Unmute, you coward. Well, we're talking. Yeah, this ain't my type of music. Sorry, guys. It's my stream. We're yapping. What do you think of metal? I think it's like you can build stuff out of it, and that seems cool. We can build skyscrapers because of steel. Of course, Vosh doesn't like black music. All music is black music. Thank you, Fat Man. Appreciate that. Okay, the fact that they're delaying this long means that they're probably setting up for something cool in the background. You know what I mean, lol? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I'd love a list of the places you shop for your fashion taste. Don't worry about it. I don't need you guys giving me grief for, like, say, the cost of this t-shirt. I'm finding that, like, in the high cost department, I'm getting more interested in stuff that's in, like, the raw denim city boy American mid-century kind of, like, up to Capital, I guess, because Capital's got some banger pieces, you know? They're also very expensive. I don't own anything from Capital, largely because it's extremely expensive. But, you know, maybe one day. I still want their fucking denim ring coat. God, I want their denim ring coat. You influenced me to get Camp Collar pilled? Pog. Low volume for background noise? Ugh. Am I not even enough to you anymore? There we go. A raincoat made of denim? No, a ring coat. Denim would not make for a very good raincoat. They really like playing around with texture. I like that. Call it autism. Look at that. Impressive. Ah, damn it. They have the ring coat in stock at the store nearby, but only in the fucking gay sizes. Small and extra small. One day, denim ring coat. One day you will be mine. God, look at that. Huh?
Oh, say can you...
Oh, I hate this song. God damn it, man. You were right. I am mad at the cost of that. Look, there are garments of clothing that cost a lot because of the brand name attached to them, like Versace and Gucci and what have you. And there are items of clothing that cost a lot because they're made in very small batches by a dedicated team of artisans who hand make significant portions of it from high-quality materials that they get from local sources. And I think that the latter of the two, is respectable, and I think that the former of the two is not. And I think that, you know, there's a meaningful... They look great, by the way. For the tube shirts, you said it was more efficient to make the shirts by combining two pieces of fabric and sew them together. Why? Because tube knitting, a machine that knits in a tube moves much slower than a machine that knits a solid like sheet of fabric. The projectile looms that make just flat sheets of fabric, they come out very, very quickly. Denim raincoat. Well, there must be some treatment for it that makes it waterproof. Looks cool, though. All right. Are we freed from patriotism? Denim can be waxed like canvas. Oh, yeah, sure, sure.
Please welcome Kerry Washington.
I live there. Both Barracuda.
Welcome to the final night of the Democratic National Convention. The last 3 nights have been extraordinary. And tonight, we hear from our next president, Kamala Harris. Now, as I stand here, I know that there are folks on social media already saying, go back to your TV show, shut up and act. But I am not here tonight as an actor. I am here as a mother, as a daughter, as a proud union member. Immigrants, as a black woman descended from enslaved people. I am here tonight because I am an American and because I am a voter and because we, the people, are stronger when all our voices are heard. Look, I know that I am the one standing on this stage, but I am not the lead character in this story. You are. All of you. You are the messengers. You are the fixers. Dare I say it, you are the Olivia Popes. You are
chat.
the superheroes saving this democracy. It is you, not me, who have the greatest power to convince your loved ones to vote. So, just like Michelle Obama told us, let's do something. Let's make a video. Everybody take out your phones. Everybody take out your phones. We're gonna make a moment. Can somebody bring me my phone? I wanna capture this historic moment and share it with the people that we love.
The Oscars again, guys.
Take this video, guys. We're all going to take it together. We're going to post it to social media, text your friends, send this message out into the world. When I say when we fight, you're going to say? Are you ready? Okay, let's record. We're recording. You ready, Tony?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? When we fight! When we fight! When we fight! Are you ready for Kamala Harris to win? Good, because when Kamala wins, America wins. We did it! We did it, Joe!
We did it. We won.
I don't get to stay?
No, you gotta go.
Bye, everybody.
Tony Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so listen. It's come to my attention that there are some folks who struggle or pretend to struggle with the proper pronunciation of our future president's name. So, hear me out. Confusion is understandable. Disrespect is not. So tonight, we are going to help everyone get it right. Here to help me are some very special guests. Thank you, ladies. Can you tell us your names?
Hello, everybody. My name's Amara. And my name is Leela, her little sister.
And what are you here to do?
To teach you how to say your auntie's name.
Okay. So how do you pronounce it?
First, you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say la like la 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 la.
Put it together, and it's 1, 2, 3. Kamala. All right, so let's practice. Let's practice.
Everybody over here, say comma. Everybody over here, say la.
Together. For president.
I'm only human, you know. I'm not. It's the shell of cynicism, like an M&M. Sometimes it melts a little.
Please welcome Mina Harris, Ella Emhoff, and Helen Hudlin.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Mina. I'm Ella. And I'm Helena.
Trans girls in chat about to lose their mind.
In a house full of extraordinary women. My mom, my grandma, and my auntie, who showed me the meaning of service, helping her sister, a 17-year-old single mom, fighting for justice for the American people, and still cooking Sunday family dinner. She guided me, now she's guiding my own children, and I know she'll guide our country forward.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14, famously a very easy time for a teenager. Like a lot of young people, I didn't always understand what I was feeling, but no matter what, Kamala was there for me. She was patient, caring, and always took me seriously. She's never stopped listening to me, and she's not going to stop listening to all of us.
I agree. You're fine. We all agree.
Kamala Harris is my godmother. To me, her advice means everything. Whether it's pursuing my passions, making an impact, or finding hope when the world doesn't feel so hopeful. She taught me that making a difference means giving your whole heart and taking action.
She's fighting for economic opportunity, LGBTQ+ equality, and reproductive freedom, because we are not going back.
She's fighting for social justice, health justice, environmental justice, and she isn't alone. We're all in this fight together.
So let's keep up the fight, let's keep up the joy.
And let's elect this extraordinary woman as our next president.
Please welcome actor and comedian D.L. Hughley.
Hey now, hey Chicago, how y'all doing?
That is quite the pocket
What's
square.
happening in California? Now, wait, where those AKAs at? Where they at?
Shave that off your chin. Why?
You know what?
It looks too cool.
In 3 months, ain't gonna be no living with y'all. I can tell you this, I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years and I ain't won one debate. I'm owing $93,000. Now, of course, Trump is saying that Kamala isn't black. I guarantee you this, Kamala's been black a lot longer than Trump's been a Republican. And if he keeps sliding in the polls the way he is, the only way he can keep Kamala out of the White House is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her. Of course, Kamala's getting broad support. They got black men for Kamala, white men for Kamala, Latinos and Asians for Kamala. They even have Republicans for Kamala. Republicans for Kamala. I guess Donald Trump will finally know what it's like when you get left for a younger woman.
He's cooking a little bit, actually.
But seriously, Kamala knows the truth about the American dream, that hard work is not enough. Hard work alone is not enough to succeed. That you need access and information and opportunity. And she knows that some folks are often denied those very things. As president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life. But I have to admit, I didn't always believe that. I mean, if you told me the 15-year-old me would be on stage supporting a prosecutor and a teacher, there is no way that I would have believed you. But because of that, I made assumptions about Kamala's record. And I often repeated them to a lot of people. Then one day, Kamala invited me to her house. She put her hand on my shoulder and she asked me to do some research. Something I had never done. Something a lot of people I know had never done before. Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search. So I did what I should have done in the first place. I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world. I was wrong, and I'm so very glad I was wrong because, Kamala, you give me hope for the future, a future where my grandchildren, Nola and Stevie, had the freedom to control their own bodies, where they have the opportunity to go as far as their wits and their talents would take them. That future, ladies and gentlemen, is possible, but only if we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States of America. I will say this to you, the best piece of advice I've ever gotten in my entire life is you don't have to know what you will do, just know what you won't. And we won't go back.
The energy in this room is electric. And you can feel it everywhere, all over the country. In the coming weeks, I want us to find ways to maintain this energy and this joy and this commitment, because there will be days when the work ahead seems impossible. And when that happens, I know what I do. I get involved. I get engaged. I ask myself, how can I be of service to my community? Because community is why we do this. Am I right? Yes, we do this for our children, for our parents, for our teachers and care workers who treat our loved ones like their own. We do this for working families who make this country thrive. We do this for the planet and for each other. We do this for justice and for peace and for democracy. And as we are about to hear, we do this for the safety of our communities.
Please welcome Genesee County, Michigan Sheriff Chris Swanson.
Sheriff? With the gear and everything. What do you got to say, pig?
My job is to protect people.
No, it's not.
All people.
No,
in
the Supreme
2020,
Court ruled that's not your
righteous
job.
anger spilled over into the streets of Flint, Michigan. One bad decision from either side, and there would have been bloodshed. But that didn't happen. We laid down our riot gear, and we embraced the community, and instead of hate, we chose hope. On January 6th, the opposite occurred. That day was paved with division, deceit, and denigration. Police officers were attacked that day. It could have been stopped. We need a leader who will embody what's affixed to all three sides of my sheriff patrol cars: protect, serve, and unify.
This guy's a surprisingly good public speaker.
Kamala Harris is that leader. As a prosecutor, Kamala Harris protected us by putting violent criminals and sex offenders behind bars. If I was in a courtroom, she's exactly the tough prosecutor that I'd want to see. As vice president,
That's true, Andy, yeah.
she served America by keeping us safer. And I can testify firsthand, where I come from, crime is down and police funding is up.
Median Americans,
As
folks.
president, Kamala Harris will unify our country. She will bring us together because our country needs a leader who will go toe-to-toe with drug cartels and bullies. One who has already taken the oath, raised her right hand to advocate for the people. I can tell you in 2020, we were able to turn a protest into a peaceful movement by walking together. One city, one community, and one country. America, let's walk. Let's walk. Let's walk together and let's elect Kamala Harris and turn hate into hope yet again. Thank you.
Yeah, that's about what you'd expect, right? I mean, they are running on the like prosecutor versus convicted felon line, so that's kind of what you would expect. At least who's charismatic. Well, as was pointed out, yeah, sheriffs actually have to run election campaigns, so the skills are there, I guess.
Jordan didn't deserve to die that way.
Reports of an active shooter at
He has zero riz. No, he had some riz. He's a good speaker.
of these shootings since they were born almost.
We were praying and crying. I don't know how we're alive.
An active shooter at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Multiple children have been killed.
Most of the body so mutilated that only DNA tests or green Converse could identify.
Trump did nothing on guns and was proud of it.
There was great pressure on me. We did nothing.
After a mass shooting in Iowa, Trump said,
I have to get over it.
"You never get over it." Kamala Harris and Joe Biden refuse to get over it. As district attorney, she got illegal guns off the street. As Attorney General, she took on transnational crime rings and stopped gun trafficking. As Vice President, she helped pass the most sweeping gun...
Yes. Here you go, guys. Never forget what suits can look like. Okay? You need a reminder. Look at look at this. Look at that. Wow, Brown, don't be an idiot. It's the suit's construction. You could sub out the cloth. Covering up school shooting footage with fashion is crazy. We've heard these talking points a million times before. I'm not a damn MSNBC, you know, contributor here to go, whoa, every time they say the same thing over and over, okay? I have the attention span of a gnat.
When I worked for Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, I saw firsthand the power of telling our stories. You've just heard mine, but there are many more to tell.
Okay.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash, like metal folding chairs falling. 154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. Terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates, and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop, that what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too, that we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. To keep our communities safe.
This format does work well, Sci-Fi Bandit, yeah.
And we will elect leaders like Kamala Harris.
No kidding, Shadow.
Who won't just empathize.
He should have shouted me out.
Will act.
F in the chat if your community has had a mass shooting. I was present at a mass shooting. Not the perpetrator. And that's where your mind's going to go to immediately. What are they saying? Not one more. Not one more.
Please welcome former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords.
She got shot in the head. Yep, she got shot in the damn head. And he went to space. Mark Kelly looks like a Muppet. He does.
Hello, fellow Americans! I'm Gabby Giffords. I was born in the great state of Arizona! I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived.
She got shot in the brain. This was not a likely survival.
Walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does.
Yeah, this is canonically how Courier 6 sounds when you play New Vegas.
Is a great president.
Whenever you're talking
My
to
friend
people.
Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access.
Yeah, I actually want to pause to say this because it's so cool. Sully, you're correct. Yeah, the reason she talks like this is because she sings her speech, because singing and speaking are done in different parts of the brain. The melodic, like, expression versus the non-melodic expression are controlled in slightly different ways, and it's easier for her to, like, sing how she talks than talk how she talks. How wild is that?
She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo! Thank you.
Brain's a crazy thing. We still don't really know how it works that well. It's a crazy thing. As far as I can tell, they really do love each other, you know? I mean, they've been through a lot.
Don't know why, but I feel like
I had the honor of meeting Vice President Harris when I got to introduce her when she spoke at my high school about gun violence.
Parkland happened, and all I could think about is that I wanted to keep my kids safe.
On July 4th, 2022, I was next in line to...
Human mind is amazing. There are people that are blind because the part of the brain that processes visual information doesn't work, but they can still walk around things because the part of the brain that processes vision for that still works. Yeah, there's so much shit about the brain that we just don't... Without a model of math, people have a logarithmic scale for determining count rather than a regular one. So if you ask a person who doesn't know any math at all and just grows up with a kind of intuitive understanding of proportion, they will say that a group of 9 objects has roughly twice as many as a group that contains 3. It's a logarithmic scale rather than a linear one. Kind of the same way that our eyes don't process brightness in a linear fashion, but in a logarithmic fashion.
Welcome 3-time Grammy-winning singer-songwriter and global pop icon, Pink.
Oh. Hello.
we can see in the dark.
Not my type of scene. Though I do like the color pink. Yeah, kind of like for instance, the difference between 0 light bulbs being on and 1 light bulb being on is massive, but if you have 100 light bulbs on, turning on the 101th doesn't make much of a difference, you know? There's, yeah, a lot of weird brain stuff. I don't know. Turn her back on, please. Okay.
You sold us down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? Oh, what about us? What about all the plans that ended?
Does Pink have a 10-year-old as a band member?
What about love? What about trust? What about us?
That's her daughter? Oh, okay. I mean, cool. She can sing.
That want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing. We came when you called.
I'm coming around to it. I think it sounds nice.
But man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. Oh, what about us?
It's a bop.
Times you said you had the answer. What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters?
Her voice amazing. Yeah, she's got crazy pipes.
So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about us?
You gotta respect the pipes.
Global security and global prosperity depend.
Don't care. Been wanting to know what this video is for a bit. What's happening here? Man, he chasing those alligators, or maybe crocodiles. Get in there. Mean. They're crocodiles! Wait, you're gonna just run at them without hitting them with the shovel? That rules. Oh. Feel like we saw you recently.
Hello, Chicago.
I promise you the shovel hits did not hurt those things.
Democrats.
Not even a little bit.
So, President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink. Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist. We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong. Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely.
We're Gulf War enjoyers over
What's
here, by
Trump's
the way.
answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO, for Ukraine, and for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself. Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers.
It's a very homoerotic speech.
If we fall for that again and make him the commander-in-chief, the only suckers would be us. Kamala Harris knows that standing with our allies means standing up for Americans. She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz. The world laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th, let's prove that America is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Please welcome former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta.
We used to be a real country.
My fellow Americans,
I'll do this rant later.
I'm proud to have served in the Army, the Congress, the White House, Chief of Staff, CIA Director, and Secretary of Defense.
Are you proud? Should you be proud?
I've looked into the eyes of our warriors and deployed them into battle. I gave the order directing our Special Operations Forces to fly 2 helicopters 150 miles into Abbottabad at night. And by the time the sun rose, Osama bin Laden was dead. Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody.
We really should have taken him alive, man. I don't really care if we like executed him after or whatever, but the whole like the only people who got to see the body were like a few special forces guy and the president because they all probably like pissed on him and dumped him in the ocean or whatever. Like that was not
terrorists. We need Kamala Harris behind the Resolute desk. She knows a tyrant when she sees one. And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as vice president, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America. We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now. Listen to President Reagan. President Reagan, isolationism never was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments.
That's
Never.
true. I agree with that. I do agree with that. Though there are ways of not doing isolationism wrong. We did the right thing with Saddam, letting his own people execute him. The main problem with Saddam is we should have killed him after the Gulf War.
Tyrants, the hell you can, not on my watch. She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia. She knows that protecting their democracy protects our democracy as well.
Why did we let him live? Regional stability.
Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world, and he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military. Our fallen veterans are not suckers. They are not losers. They are our heroes.
Why the overly military appeal? I mean, it makes it like foreign policy is a part of it. And it is true. I do think that like America should promote strength abroad insofar as we should remain allies to our allies and not kowtow to despots. You know, I mean, there is a nugget of legitimacy in here. Keep in mind, the MAGA movement, like the far right broadly, globally, isn't actually isolationist. They're totally okay with interfering with world events. They just want to do, you know, the wrong thing. When they say isolationist, what they mean is like, don't help Ukraine not get invaded by Russia. Like, that's what they mean, you know?
Moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies. It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps. Every president since World War II, Republican and Democrat, has shared the belief that America must protect democracy in the world. Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president, but one. So we face a critical choice: to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy, or someone who will disrespect our heroes and undermine our democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January, our allies will cheer, our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless our country.
I get that veteran vote.
Please welcome Arizona Representative Ruben Gallego.
I'm a dad.
Oh, right into
husband,
it. Right into it.
Congressman, and the proudest Arizonan you'll ever meet. But I am even prouder to be a Marine.
That was a very low energy. Okay, we don't have to do this right now. We don't have to listen to every one of the military sector. Let's go to the more important thing, which is suits. Okay? So anyway, the thread from Die Workwear is on why it's important to wear a tie, because otherwise you're a loser, all right? Here's Reagan looking very good, okay? I'm sorry he does. Like, you don't have to, let's not be delusional here. Obviously, the suit looks excellent. It's not even a suit. That's a blazer. You can tell because it has contrast buttons and it's made of a different material than the pants. Okay, so anyway, why is wearing business casual gay? Because first of all, look at how suits look better. This is from DNC in the 1980s. People wear brown suits, wow, with different materials and cool ties. And now everyone just wears gray and blue, gray and blue, gray and blue, gray and blue, gray and blue. Wow, 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 it's boring. Okay. Wow, look at this incredible fashion. Notice how it all looks like dog shit? Yeah, no tie. Also gray and blue. Dumb. You want a tie. Here are some good suits. Observe. Look. Wow. Look, if you're not going to wear a tie, don't wear a dress shirt, idiot. There's a long sleeve polo. There's a turtleneck. They look fantastic. Wow. Here's a more casual suit and a more casual shirt, which has more visually interesting material. Wow, not a typical dress suit. Wow. No one in my office wears a tie, though. Yeah, and I'm saying everyone in your office is ugly. Keep up. Patterned shirts, more visually interesting. Wow. And this is a knit tie. Very casual. Wow. Looks fantastic. No one at the DNC looks this good. Wow. This is what you look like wearing business casual. See Matt Gaetz over here? Look, he looks estrogenized, and not in a good way, you losers. Look at this. Ridiculous. This doesn't meet the classical masculine proportions. That's what you look like. That's what you look like right now. You look like this, without a tie and a suit. Business casual, dress sneakers, chinos, and a dress shirt. You look ridiculous. Honestly, it's just kind of disgusting thinking about it, to be honest with you. Dress like this, if you want to, but don't if you don't want to. If you're going to wear a suit, wear a nice suit. God, that looks nice. All right, that's all I have to say. All the good examples are people in shape, too. Don't you fucking start with me. It has nothing to do. We are looking at examples of bad suits and good suits, both of them on skinny people. This is not about being skinny or being fat. There are plenty of people who looked good and they were fat in like the 80s or whatever, okay? Nowadays, we've lost our way. Yeah, Reagan dressed fantastic, and he's got the same doughy body that all politicians do. Seriously, Reagan was very well dressed. Like, I hate him. He's a monster, but he's very well dressed. Very, very, very well dressed. No, he looks old. What does being old have to do with being well or poorly dressed? What are you even saying? You're insane. You're delusional. You're an idiot. Wear a tie. Oh, this guy's still going on?
So, for the 18-year-old who decides to enlist,
don't.
For veterans who defended this country,
don't.
Aren't just the reason we can sleep at night. They're the reason we can dream. And together.
Thoughts on bow ties? Bow ties should be worn with evening dress, tuxedos. I mean, unless you really know what you're doing, I would withhold from wearing them with traditional suits or blazers. But if you really know what you're doing, then fuck yeah, go for it. I just got a text from my father asking, how's this suit? Dad, unironically, you look stellar. Also, I love you. Also, you know how to use a pocket square. A lot of people don't. Also, I love you. What about wearing a tie with no blazer? I don't think that a tie and a dress shirt look very good unless you have a jacket around them. It's an incomplete
Please
fit.
welcome Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Hey, I know you.
I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In Lansing, they call me Governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch. Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor.
She's cool. She
Like
has
women
presidential
across
potential in the
America,
future.
we just GSD. Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder
Is
care
that a
for
Michigan patch and
every
a dress?
family.
Yes. Shows off how stupid their
She's
state looks.
lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us. Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're gonna have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family gonna be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass? want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Please welcome actress, director, and philanthropist, Eva Longoria.
Every time I hear a name pronounced with an accent like that, you know, we gain like 0.2 in the Latin demographic.
Chicago! Yes! I am so excited to be here tonight. What an honor to be part of this historic moment, and y'all are part of it. Look, I have known Kamala Harris for more than a decade, and she comes from a family a lot like mine, and I'm sure a lot like yours. We were both raised knowing that no one was going to hand us anything, especially as women. That we were going to have to touch every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were going to have to work really hard. Now, she worked at McDonald's, but I worked at Wendy's. And look at us now. You see, Kamala and I were able to see beyond the horizon because our families supported our big dreams. Well, guess what? As Americans, we're all part of one big family. Somos familia. And as familia, we have to have each other's back. We have
I did
to
not give you all
support each
permission to be
other's
weird,
dreams
actually.
because Kamala's success is our success. And she supports us to dream big too.
Oh my God.
So let me tell you, in the Latino community, in our community, we have a saying.
Good Lord.
Si se puede, which means yes. It means yes, we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you, yes, she can. So we're going to say she se puede. So when someone asks you, is she ready to lead this country forward? We're going to say she se puede. When somebody says, is she qualified for the job? We're going to say she se puede. When somebody asks, is she going to be the first female president of the United States? We're going to say she se puede.
I only speak American.
Voices, our vote, we're going to decide this election. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country. People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate Kamala Harris. Say hello.
What an update. I have it on good word that after my dad texted me asking how his suit looked, he was watching the stream. And then he like got up to get a beer or something when I answered on stream, and then came back after I was done. Purely unconcerned with my take on the matter, you know, just reminding me the better suit than anything I own.
Please welcome former Illinois Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger.
Very bad behavior. Yeah, no kidding. The shoes!
Hey, good evening. Good evening.
Oh God, he's wearing an Andrew Tate suit jacket. Look at this. Look at these.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Adam Kinzinger, and I am proud to be in the trenches with you as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency. I was just a kid when I was drawn to the party of Ronald Reagan, to his vision of a strong America, the shining city on a hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label. I never thought I'd be here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us. They love this country just as much as we do.
I mean, not me, though. I don't.
And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too, something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself.
They are now communists.
Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim. He puts on, listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican. But Donald Trump
I denounce
has
all of
suffocated
this
the
rhetoric.
soul of
Just
the
I hope
Republican
it
Party.
goes without saying.
His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? How can a party claim to stand for liberty if it sees a fight for freedom in Ukraine, an attack pitting tyranny against democracy, a challenge to everything our nation claims to be, and it retreats, it equivocates, it nominates a man who is weirdly obsessed with Putin? And his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine." Yeah, and he wants to be vice president. Yeah. How can a party claim to be conservative when it tarnishes the gifts that our forebears fought for? Men like my grandfather, who served in World War II, who believed in a cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life for it behind enemy lines. To preserve American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to one weak man. Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first. And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. and she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen.
This shit is like fucking brain rot, man.
Republicans,
It's like a acid
if you still pledge allegiance
Chinese
to
water
those
torture
principles,
dripping onto my brain.
I
Man.
suspect you belong here too. Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal that defines us as a nation. It's the bedrock that separates us from tyranny, and when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values, and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
After all of this, I feel like going into why this is bad and wrong would be tedious, and you already know, obviously, bullshit, stupid rhetoric.
Please welcome lawyer, policy advocate, and sister of the Vice President, Maya Harris.
Heard of this woman?
In 1958, a 19-year-old from India.
Chat, everyone being like, don't be weird is weird. You know that, right? You just have to shut the fuck up. You're doing it. It's like every time it's like 10% people being weird and 90% people being like, hope no one's weird. You're all annoying.
Left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Shamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her two little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now, she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, My sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just...
Have we gone far enough into this one to accept that it's honestly just kind of boring? We're here for that, right? We understand. We're good. What is this? Hezbollah supporter protesting outside the DNC in Chicago describes Kamala Harris as evil, supporter of genocide. His message to the Democratic delegates.
Being out here outside the DNC. I think Kamala Harris is a bad presidential candidate. I think she's evil.
This guy's obviously a Nazi. Look at him. He looks like an extra in fucking Pink Floyd's The Wall.
She hates black people. She supports genocide. And she's no different than Donald Trump. They both suck. They're both evil. They're both Zionists. What's your message to the delegates going inside? Fuck all of you faggots.
Yeah, he's definitely leftist. Okay.
A leader who fights for every one of us.
Still boring. Oh, this is crazy. This is a real unedited photo, apparently. Good Lord. That's a good one. He's withered.
Hello, America. I'm Roy Cooper, the last guy standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot.
It was the big surprise. We still
Kamala
haven't seen
said,
the big surprise.
Hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know
Unless
what
it was
they've been
pink?
through, and they deserve more.
Was pink
She
the big
went
surprise?
toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives.
No,
And she
yeah.
refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us, and we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. for families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids, for workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves, Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies anywhere in the world wondering if America still has your back, remember this: Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win.
After seeing all the other lineup, I mean, obviously with Shapiro, but him, Bashir, Kelly, it's kind of crazy how Tim Walz was obviously objectively the correct choice. Like, everyone else is so sauceless in comparison. None of them have that, not even Kelly, none of them have that that energy, you know? They all just sound like politicians, you know, interchangeable white guys. Maybe their politics vary, but the energy is just not there. Whitmer had it. Whitmer was never a VP candidate. She said she didn't want to.
Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America.
She grew up in a tight-knit neighborhood. It was the kind of place where your neighbor would look after you when school let out, where your first-grade teacher would show up at your law school graduation. It's where Kamala
Apparently
Harris
it's not
learned what it means to be in the
Beyonce.
middle
I mean,
class,
who knows? It's all Twitter shit. We'll see what
making every
happens.
paycheck count. She was raised by a working mom who taught her about standing up for what's right and protecting the people you love.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion.
She was all of 5 feet tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall.
Oh, the internal polling. Oh, God. From Donald Trump, thank you, Brian Kemp, Georgia, for all your help and support in Georgia. We're win is so important to the success of our party, most important in our country. Donald Trump hates Brian Kemp, and they've been openly beefing for a long time. Ooh. The internal polling must look grim.
Standing up for people and standing up for
Keep in mind, we only see the public polling. There is a massive, massive polling apparatus attached to both Republican and Democrat campaigning efforts, and they keep those polls internal because, you know, the information's super duper top secret. And sometimes when they act some ways, you know, you might think they get like they got some nasty info from the inside.
Law enforcement agencies. Now we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice.
But you said Republicans in Georgia are trying to steal the election? Yes, I did say that.
Banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was...
Wouldn't the Harris campaign have similar data then? Why wouldn't they want to release that? Well, no. I mean, not necessarily similar data. They don't share the same polling data. They just conduct their polls differently. And they wouldn't want to release it because the more you know and the less your opposition knows, the better. It's not generally to your interest to release those polls. Also, you could be accused of bias. What do you think it would look like if Kamala Harris said, according to my own partisan polling group, we're ahead 11 points in Georgia? You know, it would just invite scrutiny. It wouldn't, you know, wouldn't do much. Is their data more accurate? I think it's reasonably safe to assume that the Republicans and Democrats are funneling a lot more money into their polling efforts than any, like, school or news agency is, you know? They're throwing around millions, tens of millions on their polling. They want data desperately because the data tells them what their weak points are, what they can focus on, which states they already have in the bag, which ones they need to put more effort into.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
Now, she's running for president, still fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people. And we are a work in progress. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us, trying to pull us apart. We know what we stand for, and we stand for the people, and we stand for the dignity of work, and we stand for freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality. And so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she believes. And that's what she'll fight for every day.
Her speeches hit really hard when she sounds angry, you know? Thank you, Squidgy. Are there actually people who got inspired by the RNC? No. I guarantee you no. Definitely not. The RNC was the bare minimum performative
Please welcome
effort.
the Democratic nominee for president, Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
We can just mute for this one, right? I've got more stuff to say about cars. No surprise guest. Yeah, I guess is the surprise guest supposed to be after Kamala Harris? It is Kamala Harris. Surprise. I'm glad the signs are reminding us who's on stage.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
How many good evenings are we on?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Okay, we gotta get to some business. We gotta get to some business. Okay. Thank you all. Okay. Thank you, 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 please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, Biden.
Husband, girl.
When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So my mother, our mother, Shamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay,
Do not cheer the Bay.
you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did.
Waiting for how Donald Trump responds to this.
This is one of the
Truth Social.
reasons I became a prosecutor.
Too many
to
thank
protect
yous.
people
What's going
like
on with her?
Wanda.
Where's Hunter? Walls
Because
was an
I
assistant
believe
coach, not a coach.
everyone has
Where's the
a
response
right
to this one?
to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people.
Ah, we got it.
For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Okay, I was worried she was going to deny it for a bit. And then, like, fuck, I guess we go back to Biden.
And with this election,
Oh, sorry, Kamala, you don't get to talk for a while now.
our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me.
She's talking directly to Donald Trump.
Above party and self.
She's live truth socialing this from the toilet.
America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion from middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges.
When is she going to talk about policy? It's the DNC, motherfucker.
Who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due.
What do you think this is, a congressional committee?
Elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol
where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself.
Remember when during the George Floyd protests, federal agencies with unmarked vans were blackbagging protesters?
And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025.
That was cool.
Written by his closest advisors. And its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back.
Not to mention trying to get AG Barr to bring sedition charges against BLM protesters.
Tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and child care for our children. America, we are not going back. And we are charting a new way forward. To a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight
DNC over.
for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans.
Not me.
Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
He's not touching on the abortion thing. The abortion thing was such a fuck up, dude. It's such a liability.
other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear, after decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
The bill sucks, but it's good politics to point out that Trump's sabotaging issues like this for pure
we must
political gain.
also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
We're going hard for the veteran demographic today. We need to be strong so we can invade Israel.
I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock, because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
I'm not expecting anything revolutionary here.
And let me be
in either
clear.
direction.
I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
I thought she was going to say must never again face the Holocaust.
Unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale
And
of
sexual
suffering
violence
is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
Yeah, it's pretty unimpressive, but this is all that I expected. It's just a reiteration of her existing position.
I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un, who are rooting for Trump. Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. Country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world, that here in this country, anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. Let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. place. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there. Let's fight for it. Let's get out there.
She said
let's
pride.
vote for it. And together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
It wasn't a bad speech. Milquetoast on the genocide of the Palestinians. Obviously, don't really expect anything else. Surprisingly aggressive and Trump focused. I was surprised by that. I think it's probably good because Trump has made himself a very vulnerable target. I mean, he's like the entire Republican Party, you know? He's been losing it on Truth Social this entire time. I really, really like how the line he's going with. I really like how the line that he's going with abortion is this one. Everybody, Democrats, Republicans, liberals, and conservatives, wanted Roe v. Wade terminated. No. That's what he's going with. Because he's already taken credit for getting rid of Roe v. Wade, so he can't walk that back. But it's also hideously unpopular electorally, so he just pretends that everyone wants it. Not even Republicans wanted Roe v. Tim, you're so cute. Not even Republicans wanted Roe v. Wade gone on average. I think they had it like 50-50. And of course, for Democrats and independents, no. There's a lot of rambling here. She's a radical Marxist, if only. She hates Israel, if only. She talks about compassion, but doesn't talk about all the people she's allowed into our country. 43% increase in violent crime nationwide. This is a lie. 60% increase in rape. It's not true. Crime is down. Crime has gone through the roof. She cheated on jobs to make our country look like it's thriving. All right, it's going great over there. It's going great over there. Someone linked this. I actually didn't know that Chadwick Boseman's last tweet was him supporting Kamala Harris in her 2020 presidential bid. I did not know that. Then I scrolled down a bit, and Styx Hexenhammer, the Nazi, there's the balloon bit. The Nazi known for cross-dressing and not wearing a shirt said, "It is merciful that he did not live to see Kamala fail miserably and be forced to recede to the back pages of ignominious irrelevance." And here she is getting nominated for the Democratic candidate for the President of the United States of America. Not that I'm out here like fighting a war against Styx Hexenhammer. He's unserious and a freak and irrelevant, but it is pretty funny how that, you know, how that all worked out, I guess.
10 Hail Marys, I meditate for practice. Channel 9 News tell me I'm moving backwards.
Hassan is saying this was a bad speech. Are you trying to stir up drama? Do you want us to fight? What are you trying? You want us to fight? You want us to like attack each other? Do you want us to kiss sloppily? What do you want? Who cares? Ridiculous. Oh, they've got the big balloons too. More balloons.
Open correctional gates in high desert. Open our mind as we cast away oppression. Open the streets and watch our beliefs. And when they carve my name inside the concrete, I pray it forever reads.
During this helium shortage, don't worry, we discovered more helium underground. When is the special guest coming? I don't know what's going on with the special guest. I guess they have to be, either it got canceled, or they're later, or somehow the special guest was someone who was already on, and it wasn't sold very well. They're not helium balloons? Oh, God. Yeah, you're right. I'm dumb. Sorry. No, they're saving the helium. I'm sorry. It's just blank. They just thought balloon helium. Yeah. Someone in chat said it. I picked up on it. That's my fault for giving a single shit about what you guys say. The Central Park 5 were the guests? I guess that might be possible. That would be surprising. Usually a special guest is like a big media get. The special guest is democracy? Maybe. Some people think it was Jimmy Carter. No, dude, Jimmy Carter is actually too old to speak. I don't think Jimmy Carter physically could anymore. I don't think he could. They would have to have an interpreter or something. He is like on death's door. He's ancient. Yeah, he's almost 100. 100! Can you imagine? All the times you must have jonked it? You make it to 100? I can only count to 90. I actually once, when I was young, counted to 2,000. I was like, I wonder if I can be the person in my class who's counted the highest. So I counted to 2,000. It took a long time and it was super boring. No, you didn't. I mean, I did. If you can believe that I didn't, if you'd like to have a higher opinion of my character when I was 10 years old, but. How did you not have an autism diagnosis? I did. I got one when I was super young, but they didn't put it officially in the records because that would have like automatically flagged me for the special education classes, which I didn't need or want. Like I skipped a grade when I was young. I did fine in the classes. So on the doctor's rec, they didn't officially mark me down for that because that would have gotten me sent to the retard room. The retard pit. I've told you guys about the retard pit, right? At Horseman in Beverly Hills, the elementary school, the like dark bird shit stained staircase that the special ed classes were in. Yeah, that would have been the Bosch pit. There goes the YouTube VOD. The YouTube VOD just fucked a while ago. I'm glad I don't have to clean up those balloons. Yeah, but to clean them up, they have to pop them. So, like, you get to be the official balloon popper, right? If you're the janitor after this, your shift starts at, like, 1 a.m. You put on some noise-canceling headphones, and you walk around with, like, a stick with a sharp thing at the end of it, and, like, some gravity claws, and you're just pop, 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 like that, right? Do you get to use a gun to pop them? No, it's Chicago. If it was a red state, you would. So I guess the special guest was just one of the people that was already up there? I mean, I sincerely doubt that they're gonna clear the stage for another person after all this. Pink, I suppose? I guess. I mean, maybe people just had their hopes set too high. Pink is a pretty big get. I guess, I don't know them, so I don't know how big they are. I guess they're big. Are we bopping? Pink was on the schedule? Okay, then she couldn't have been the special guest. At the end. Outdated
Please
info
stand if
bunch.
you are able for this evening's benediction, offered by Rabbi Lauren Holtzblad.
Yeah, they're not gonna have a special event after benediction.
America, let us pray. God brought us out of the narrow place of oppression to freedom.
God's not real. All right. Well, if you have a live Fox feed that I could look at to see Trump, Because it's the TV feed. It's not, they don't live stream the feed to YouTube. I mean, I do, but it's not legal. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to cover it later. They don't... Thank you, JC2. He said he's going to discuss Marxism in America.
A ton of throughout the rest of the week. She talked about standing with Ukraine and with NATO. She talked about foreign policy as well, something we didn't see a ton of throughout the rest of the week. She talked about standing with Ukraine and with NATO. She talked about Israel and Hamas. This was one of the first times we've heard this talked about in depth the entire week.
Yeah, no, this isn't Fox. This is Live Now with Fox. This is a different thing. Yeah, no, we're not going to be able to get a feed of Fox as it happens. We're not going to see it until it happens tomorrow. Or, sorry, until they release the VOD tomorrow. Just going to have to wait a little bit. But I am president? Not yet. Not yet. I'm going to read donations at the end of stream for once. You know, I am capable of that. And after that, I'm going to have to see you guys tomorrow morning. It's live right here, livehdtv.com/fox-news. This is not a legal site. You're free to watch it over there. However, if I watched it, I'm going to read donos. Badger and Joe Schmoop, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Good luck with your junior film for college, Joe Schmoop. Angry Vicky and Appalachia Anarchist, thank you for the $10 both. I really appreciate that. Angry Vicky says, your flirting and fashion advice helped me get a partner, but they ended up being very mentally ill and abusive. It ended on Sunday, and it's my birthday today. And then happy birthday, free of a toxic relationship. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, unfortunately, the ability to get a partner and the ability to, you know, sort of identify who you should spend your time with are not necessarily the same. But, you know, you're still working on the skill set. Important for future partners, you know? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Yeah, the humanization of the GOP is kind of necessary in, like, rhetorically speaking, for the whole reaching out to everyone line. Bull Cypher, thank you for the incredibly kind... You've been very kind to General. Bull Cypher, thank you for the 20 tier 1 subs. Here is to the neuron loss of both Voosh and Chat. Thank you, appreciate it, and real. And then the additional gifted, 20 gifted tier 1 subs. Catching up with the VOD. What's crazy is Vosh thinking Civ 5 is bad. Can money change his mind? Unironically, I grew up really enjoying the commentated gameplay in Civilization from Sola. S-U... LLLA, a YouTuber who also has his own site, and he would play the Civ games, and his Civ 4 matches were like old internet, like they would play by email, as in you would have like 12 people who were playing a game, and you would do your turn in the game save file, then email the save file to the next person in the line, and then they would play it, and then they would email it to the next in line. Like old shit, you know? And most of my input on Civ games kind of filters through there, but he was a Civ 4 guy, and I was a Civ 4 guy, so... That'll have to be for next screen, Dispatch. And Bullcyber, thank you for the additional 10 gifted tier 1 subs. By the winds of Zephyr, I blow these whites away. I get picked up easily. Spinman and Viathan, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate those. Dylan Nunk, thank you for the 20 bucks. Howdy Vosh, where can I start learning about fashion? I tried asking your community, but they were no help. Go look up models or influencers who have fashion styles that you like. Like, try to identify the styles that you're interested in, the sort of thing that you gravitate towards, that you think you'd have fun wearing yourself. Try to learn about the genre and try to find people who are fans of it, watch them talk about it, and try to identify, you know, what about it you're interested in. Work towards building up a basic wardrobe with a few pieces that are interchangeable and work in like a lot of broad situations at different levels of formality and so on. You know, it's about identifying what you want and then slowly working towards it. 53 Voshatron and Olympians, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Viathan, thank you for the tier 1 sub. My local store has fall and Halloween stuff out for days already. I can't be the only one who thinks any of that stuff before September 1st is too early, lol. Yeah, it is. It's just, the holidays always start too early these days, you know? Good luck, Dylan. Apple Agent Anarchist and 53 Voshtron, thank you for the $5 both. Pendagle, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you, thank you. You are no longer caught up, and it's true. Blitzmutt, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Gretchman, thank you likewise. Raisin Brand 418, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. I'm happy that I've been able to help at all. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $5. Azzy the Avaricious, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. If I had $1 for every time a DNC speaker said middle class, I would actually be middle class. Yeah, it's genuinely crazy how reliable that metric is. Saying working class is an indicator that you actually are left-leaning. They hung up on him? On Trump? He was talking to them for that little a time? They cut Trump off? I look forward to going over it tomorrow. Lance, Dango, and Olympians, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Do you think the Supreme Court will overturn the election result in favor of Trump? They don't have the power to do that. The Supreme Court can rule on cases that are brought to them, but unless we go into like full-on wacky town and the case is like, we the people sue the U.S. government for illegally not making Trump dictator, and then the Supreme Court, like some stupid, in reality, the Supreme Court uses its influence by weighing in on stuff like districting, or in the case of like, you know, Bush v. Gore, for example, on like the specific legality of recounts in an issue where the hanging Chad caused confusion and fake, you know, incorrect votes or whatever. Thank you, Lance Dago. Two Dad Smooching, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Carolee7, thank you for the $10. I just got COVID, and boy, am I glad I have all this DNC stuff to go through while I rot in my bed. Well, it's over now, but there's still lots to cover. I'm behind. Good luck with COVID. Bull Cypher, thank you for the 100 gifted tier 1 subs. You know, every time, once chat catches up with that, you know, the reduction in the number of white names is like so immediately obvious. It's crazy. Damn, yeah, no kidding. It's voting season. I want the stable to eat well tonight so they can do their best tomorrow. Yeah, no, we need people fired up. These are difficult times, and I appreciate you keeping everyone well fed. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you very much. And with the additional $20, Bull Cypher. Fun fact, I was not diagnosed because of the Vosh pit. I don't know if you mean if it's a joke of my community or you mean like you also had a retard room. But either way, I support you. Neem Keys, thank you for the $40. Kamala secured the Persian vote by wearing all black. Is that a thing? I feel like a lot of Persian Jews in Beverly Hills were beige. I feel like that's what I saw quite often, you know? A lot of beige. But I believe you. If you speak with confidence, I believe you. I'm like Joe Rogan in that respect. Messenger and RobDog34, thank you for the $5 both. That's true, RobDog. And congratulations on finishing your first half marathon, Messenger. I gotta get into shape myself. Gotta get more of the good cholesterol. Plus, can you imagine how good I'd look in a shirt that fits me like this if I actually worked out and it wasn't just like my wide shoulders and broad rib cage, you know? I feel like I owe it to myself to like fill this out a little bit. Rowleen, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. And Bull Cypher, my goodness, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Maximum recovery, go from COVID or from the brain damage caused by the DNC. Both are necessary. Both are necessary. Persian men are infamous for wearing black Dolce and Gabbana shirts and Axe body spray. Yeah, I guess I mostly interacted with like Persian kids because I was a kid when I went to high school in Beverly Hills. Morse Fide, thank you for the $10 and $5. Thanks for sitting through these many hours of propos with us, Vosh. You make the tedium slightly less so and look good doing it. Also, the contest to meet Kamala and Tim that you get put in for my donating, is that real? And if so, how is not quid pro quo? You can do quid pro quo, you know, with regard to like donations and stuff, though there are specific rules when it comes to sweepstakes. I have no interest in meeting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, you know, but I hope whoever does meet them is cool about it. Jay the Cappy, thank you for the $40. Sneaking in late, thank you for the coverage of the DNC. Chatting about your stream helped me get 2 coworkers to agree to vote for the first time this year. Let's go! That's awesome. Genuinely, that's awesome. This is how we win, you know? Not just by converting Republicans, which is very difficult and unlikely, but by moving the uncommitted and the indecisive and the sort of alienated. Sake, thanks the 10 tier 1 subs. My favorite part about this ticket is how mad Hillary Clinton will be if she wins. The last excuses she had for losing will melt away. That is true. From like a spite-driven perspective, the knowledge that Hillary Clinton is probably like deeply, miserably bitter about all this going down, it does make me happy. Wow. This shirt might be a little bit too tight. I'll probably end up stretching it out through wear, but you know, you never really know a size until you wear it, right? I still like it, but maybe more of like a thermal layer. You know what I mean? Like a tight underlayer. Is she actually mad? Well, she would never admit to it. She kind of wants the $5. A bit sad my previous donations were not read. Please remember, there's no official guarantee in the fine print that donations all get read out loud or responded to. That's simply not feasible. I try my best. Yet I am still running for college board member. I'm forming my cabinet to help you with my campaign. Nice. I hope it goes well. Like genuinely, hell yeah. Getting involved at that level is often also the first step to getting involved at higher levels too. You know, you're kind of you're building a bridge to long-term success. Warden Savior, thank you for the $10. Thanks for the entertaining DNC coverage. I've learned a bit about leftism this week. Yeah, the unfortunate part of the DNC stuff is because I can't really pause and talk that much, or chat gets really mad at me if I pause for too long. I feel like I'm often prevented from engaging with what's being said in a more, and it's repetitive too, right? So if one person says it, then the next time I have to just sit there and not repeat it. Otherwise, every stream would be 46 hours, and it's a little bit burdensome sometimes. The experience of wanting to do the lefty snark thing when you're watching stuff that doesn't allow you the time to do it. My job is so hard. They're calling it the hardest job of all time. Here, hold on. Let me check super chats. Okay. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $20. Yeah, the Mueller report is like super open and available. People pretending that it's information is not real, it's just no excuse for it. And Pork Chop, thank you for the $20. Came from helping doing some gardening for neighbor. His friend came wearing a Trump hat and talking about how we will go hungry if Kamala wins. She stands for pedophilia. Biden isn't sending guns to Israel, no unity with him. Yeah. I do think most Republican voters are potentially normal people who have just been fed bad information. But some of them are definitely like, all I'm saying is that if being human is here, they're definitely, you know, they're in the pit. Maybe they find a way out of it, but damn, you know. VJCLA and still alive. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Yeah, you know, you have your moderate day, you have your radical day. Tree Bro, VJCLA, Through the Wormhole, Nodding Donkey, and Tree Bro again. Thank you for the $2 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Joe Clem 15, thank you for the $5. Very true. Andrew Leisure and Chicken Taser, thank you for the $5 both. Ilhan is so chill. I met her once at a brewery festival downtown Minneapolis. She was just chilling with one of her staff. Most people didn't even notice. You love a politician who feels like they can just do things normally in their city, you know? And as a 25-year resident of Baltimore, it's weird to hear so many good things said about my city. I mean, yeah, Baltimore might have sky-high crime rates. So that's not good. You know, your murder rate it's not 0, but there are parts of Baltimore that are pretty beautiful and pretty interesting to be in. And that's good. James Fahey, thank you for the 8 Australian. Really appreciate that. Snorcore, Elise Balk, and TV Pictures, thank you for the 5 all. Really appreciate that. Mr. Joachim 242, thank you for the 100 Swedish kronar. Every presidential library has distinct features. Trump library will have wheels, and he will be pushed around the prison so the other inmates can lend a book. You know, it's still good civic infrastructure. Andrew Cole, thank you for the $10. Warren is still better than most sitting politicians on both sides. I'd rather not turn my nose up at an otherwise reasonable voice for positive change. I say this as someone who is a Bernie doll. Yes, policy-wise, she's definitely better than most, but I know this sounds a little bit woo-woo, but I think credibility goes a long way, you know? It's one of the reasons why, like, Mitt Romney is on the other side of that equation, where, like, policy-wise, obviously he's really, really bad, but there's an integrity to not going along with the MAGA bit. It doesn't, like, vindicate him or anything, but like in the long arc of what you contribute, sometimes you're given these little moments sometimes to make a stand, even if it doesn't materially affect the outcome. Like, Bernie wasn't going to win in 2020 anyway, and Mitt Romney didn't exactly, like, stop Trump from taking over the Republican Party, but nonetheless, I don't know. I just don't like rat fucking. I don't like it. Marxist, Grossmanist, Matic, it cut off from there, and still alive. Thank you for the $5 both. Why is troglodyte your go-to insult? It's very fun to say. That's the main reason why. I'll take a look, Marxist, but no guarantees. JJ, thank you for the $10, if only. Joe Clem, thank you for the $10. Agree with victim take. If someone doesn't survive assault, are they weaker than one who does? Also, terms like victim blaming have utility. Like, hey, don't blame the survivor. I don't know, seems weird. Yeah, I know. It's... Language only has the meaning that we imbue it with, right? It's not like an innate thing. It's just, it's a shift that I feel about. Bull Cipher. Barry of the Saxes, thank you for the $2. GK, thank you for the $10, who says you're cute. I know, thank you. Hit TJ, Ryan Sharp, and Mama Molly, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Genuinely curious, did you watch the entire Nicole Shanahan interview before going off on RFK? Nicole Shanahan interview. No? You mean RFK Jr.'s running mate? No, I did not. I don't know what you mean by going off on him, though. Fanta Consumer, thank you for the $2. Drum and Coke, thank you for the $10, Madam President. We'll see. Ayonde Al-Assad and Mama Molly, thank you for the $5 both. The surprise guest was Steph Curry, but his speech was forgettable also. Was it really Steph Curry? That was pretty weak if that's the case, but, you know, whatever. Whatever. Free Palestine? Free Palestine. Lightning Dash 31, thank you for the incredibly kind $50. Why are you Al-Assad sussying? That's a name. Lightning Dash, thank you for the $50. Let's give ourselves a pat in the back for making it through all 4 days. Yeah, no kidding, you know. Strongest soldier. Kamala Harris is strongest soldier, I guess. You know, I tried my best over here. I just get so tired when I'm not the one talking. It's the live streamer disease, you know? Office the Pope, thank you for the very kind compliment and $5. Power Sirk, thank you for the 5. Is Kamala's hype real? Or are we just in a bubble? Kamala Harris has the potential to be better than Joe Biden in meaningful ways, but she's no Bernie, you know? So my enthusiasm has more to do with her ability to beat Trump than it does for her being like, even if she wins, the best long-term consequence of that, in my opinion, would be that Trump likely can't run in 2028. Though I was wrong. I made that prediction about him not running in 2024 too. So, you know, he's holding on better than I expected him to, but by 2028, man, I don't think so. So, yeah, we'll see. The hope is he dies. I do hope that, but I don't want him to die like normal old man wise. It has to be something, you know, it has to be something fitting, like dying on the toilet. I don't know. It has to be. It has to look bad. What do you like about Franz Ferdinand's "Take Me Out"? I do like that song. I don't know how you know that I like that song, and I don't know why you've brought it up here. I don't know how that's relevant to anything. I like it because I think it sounds good. I don't know how else to elaborate on that, to be honest with you. Who doesn't like that song? It's a good song. Chicano Watson, Benjamin Bilbert Live, thank you for the $5 both. Happy to vote for Sherrod Brown in Ohio to help keep the Senate. Yeah, I hope so. It'd be a shame if we lost that seat. And that's fair policy. Shame on you for only writing it out in the fine print. Terrible humor aside, thank you so much for reading my previous one aloud. King Chicano Watts, you know you're a friend of the stream. Bull Cypher, thank you for the 20 tier 1 subs. Yes, I am here to not fuck rats. It's good. We don't like rat fucking in this community. We're anti-rat fucking. That's part of our, you know, it's a campaign pledge. And Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. When I was in a helicopter with one of your exes, as it was going down, they said some sus things about you, Keck W. What in the ever-loving fuck are you talking about? Is that a reference to something? That's a Trump reference? It's a Trump joke? Okay. Trump with Willie? I might have missed this one. It's always a joke with Song. It's always like a fucking pun or reference, you know, It's a reference to something Trump said? Well, if I knew the context, I'm sure it would have been a banger. You made a segment on it? No, I didn't. That doesn't sound like me. I don't make segments. We don't make things anymore in this country. Gaslight him? Gaslight him. Gaslight him. He's got a bad memory. You know, if you tell him that he did a segment on it, he'll probably think that he did. Very, very psychically pliable, you know? Okay. I see Shark is streaming, and it's been a while, so I'm going to throw you over to Shark. Rupert already uploaded the call. Damn, well, hope that's there tomorrow. Hope that's there tomorrow. Take care, guys.